Welcome everyone. Welcome everyone to the Portola Valley Planning Commission for February 15th, 2023. We'll start with a roll call.
Commissioner Targ.
Present in person.
Wow.
It's been a long time, right, since you've been here in person. Wow, nice to see you. Commissioner Krasinski,
Present.
Commissioner Brothers,
Present.
Vice Chair Goulden,
I'm here.
Chair Koff-Still.
And I'm here also. Good, so we have more housing element topics to cover tonight, in particular the ISMND, but we're also going to hear from the Woodside Fire Protection District Fire Marshal. And then we also have a colleagues memo from our fellow commissioners Targ and Brothers. So we these are also interrelated. We're going to have presentations on each of these. Then as usual, the commissioners will ask questions, clarifying questions. Then we'll take input from the public, and then the commissioners will debate with a goal of passing a resolution about the MND. And as I've said before, we're still under the gun to get this housing element done. We had been aiming for January 31st, but there was just too much to do in the end. But we're still trying now to finish by the end of March. So the Planning Commission has this meeting. We're going to have another meeting on, is it March 6th or 7th? I don't know if it's decided yet, where we pass the housing element and the general plan amendments onto the town council. And as usual, I'd really like to have this meeting wrap up by 11. Some of us, namely me, turn into pumpkins at 11, so it's tough to go beyond that. But I also see that the public kind of disappears by that time. So I think it's important to do our work with the public in attendance. So we'll try to get all this done before 11. Shall I turn it over to you, Laura and Don, for the first presentation?
We need to do oral communications.
Oh, golly, I've fallen down on the job. Good point. Okay, so oral communication. So this is a chance for any members of the public that would like to speak on topics that are not on the agenda to just bring to the Planning Commissioner's attention. We're not permitted to take any action since it wasn't on the agenda and other people wouldn't know about it, but we can listen to any public comments. So I'll need help with if there's anybody in the room that has their hand up, if people can let me know. Otherwise, I can see if people on Zoom have their hand up.
We have 3 people in the schoolhouse tonight, and one of them had their hand up for oral communications.
Okay, great. Let's hear from that person first.
Greg Franklin, good evening. I had a question about the arena quota with respect to possible revisions, and Nicholas, perhaps this will impinge on your brilliant sunset proposal. So I think the ABAG quota is 441,000. And my understanding is that was set on the basis of the then Lieutenant Governor's election campaign in 2017 to produce 3.5 million new housing units. And my understanding is that the trickle down to the Bay Area's component of that was 441, and then that's how we ended up with 253. So recently, the governor apparently has revised his ambitions with respect to housing because of all the problems that I think we're familiar with in delivering on that election promise. So it's been reduced from 3.5 to 2.5. So my question is, does that necessarily mean, or can we find out whether the 29% reduction at the state level then trickles down to the ABAG and then to Portola Valley? So that was question one. The second question was, which I've asked before, is what is the strategy and process for replacing the 23 units that have been withdrawn from 4394 Alpine? Thank you.
And anybody else in the schoolhouse with their hand up?
No. Oh, Commissioner Tark.
Thank you very much. I don't have a conflict that requires recusal, but I do have a potential appearance that I want to bring to attention. And it doesn't involve the matters that are right here before us, but it may in the next little bit. So I want to call it out at this point as it became more apparent. One of my partners at my law firm is representing Mr. White and has recently engaged. And he has two properties, one of which was mentioned at 4388 and 4394. Well, and the applicable rule says that if I have more than $500 in interest in this case, the representation, then I would need to recuse myself. And I'd ask the town attorney to clarify if I am making this step. My firm has 2,000 people in it, and without getting into details, we did in excess of $1 billion in revenue last year. I sincerely hope that Mr. White's representation doesn't begin to encroach upon the $500 in compensation that I may see at some point in time. Having noted that, and the absence of a legal conflict, I'd like to tell you what my plan is. And my plan is, to the extent that the general plan or subsequently a zoning amendment or modification involves that property or those properties, my plan would be to recuse myself at that point. And I will work with the planning director and the town attorney to make that as least disruptive as possible. That's what I have for this meeting. Doesn't affect us, but I wanted to call it out because I saw it. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Nicholas. And maybe this is a chance I can ask Cara. We already have the conflict we discussed last meeting with Ronnie Krasinski on the Sequoias, and we're going to segment the discussion when we get to the discussion part. Shall we do the same thing with Nicholas and the properties on Alpine?
It's not necessary in connection with this particular decision because we're only dealing with the ISMND. And we don't expect that those properties will come up with respect to that issue.
Okay.
But if it does, if there is a specific discussion about those two properties, we can certainly segment that as well.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Nicholas. Do we have any more hands up in the schoolhouse?
There are no more hands up in the schoolhouse.
Okay, great. Let me go to hands on Zoom. Nan Shostak.
Hi, good evening. This is going to be an interesting discussion. I have a question which maybe could be answered quickly. So I understand that the goal is to complete the housing element by March 31st. I'm concerned with this, involved with the safety element. And my last information from Laura was, I guess, that it was going to be finished in the summer with some public participation in the spring. The question is that still, is that a correct understanding of the process for the safety element and the timing?
Great. Thank you. Any more? I think I don't see any more comments or hands up. Laura, is there anything that you can address or on any of these questions? I know we're not supposed to discuss anything, but
Yeah, I can provide some quick clarifications or comments. For the first comments, there was a question about the RENA calculation. And there was a thought that the RENA numbers were tied to an election or campaign promise related to housing units. And that is not our understanding of how the RENA was calculated. And everything that we have heard indicates that our RENA is not changing. It is not decreasing. So that is the best information that we have available. Everyone keeps asking all the time. And the answer continues to be the RENA is not changing for cycle 6. And then the second question is related to 4394, the White's property. They had previously indicated that they wanted to be removed from the housing site inventory. We staff have continued to communicate with them and that issue is not resolved. So there is not a specific plan at this time for that number of units, but that work is ongoing. And then to the question about the safety element, the timing is not exactly known, but the outline that Nan gave is approximately right. We'll finish the housing element by the end of March and then turn to the safety element. The committees have been reviewing it. And then that committee feedback will be going into a planning commission process. So the exact approval isn't known, but approximately in the summer sounds about right to me.
great. Thanks, Laura. Okay, so now we'll move to the agenda items. So Laura and Don, do you have a presentation for us?
Yeah, I'm going to get us started and then the fire marshal is going to join us. So let me share my screen. Okay, and does that look okay to everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so this evening, we are grouping a couple of different types of presentations together because even though there is some distinction between them, there's a lot of overlap. We think that both for the public and for the Planning Commission's discussion. So we wanted an opportunity for the Planning Commission and the public to hear all of those things in a way that makes it easy to provide comments and to participate in the meeting. So we're going to hear from the fire district. We're going to hear from commissioners on their colleagues' memo, and then we're going to talk in more detail about the initial study and the mitigated negative declaration. So as usual, I'm here this evening with the town attorney, Cara Silver. We also have Adrian Smith, our senior planner. We have Rick Jarvis, who is our outside CEQA counsel that the Planning Commission met at a previous meeting. And then we have a full team from the fire district joining us here tonight. So this is going to be the meeting format. As we mentioned, it's a little bit different. We've done something similar with the Planning Commission before. So first, the fire district and I will give a presentation, and then we'll have commissioner questions. So clarifying questions from the Planning Commission on that specific portion. So presentation A, we're calling it. And then when we're done with that, we're going to turn to Commissioners Targ and Brothers to speak to their colleagues' memo. And then we'll have clarifying commissioner questions on that portion. Then we'll come back to staff and we'll talk about changes to the ISMND and some additional information that commissioners had requested. And then we'll take commissioner questions on that portion. Then we'll go to the public comment. And the public comments can be on any topic. And we hope that this will help people to provide comments since there's so much overlap. After we know that a lot of members of the public ask questions as we're working through this. And what we'll do is we'll come back to the Planning Commission and ask the planning commissioners which questions they would like us to answer. And the goal of that is to help the planning commissioners make good decisions and understand things. And sometimes the public can really help to illuminate issues. So we're going to ask the Planning Commission which questions they would like us to answer. Then there'll be planning commission discussion. Your discussion can take place over all of those topics. And we defer to the chair on how you'd like to lead that discussion. And then at the conclusion of the evening, we would like you to consider adoption of a resolution recommending that the town council approve the initial study in the mitigated negative declaration and the mitigation monitoring reporting plan, MMRP, that goes with it. So briefly on housing element timing, as the chair mentioned, we've been working intensely for over 17 months, and we were working very hard to try to finish by January 31st. That was not possible. And so at a recent council meeting, the council revised that housing element adoption goal to be the end of March of this year, 2023. And then we'll be discussing the zoning amendments. They're going to be considered separately with adoption by the town council anticipated by the middle of this year. This is also a reminder that we have this new-ish housing element outreach tool. It's a big table that lists all of the meetings that we've had on this topic to make it easier for people to find the links and the timestamps to be able to follow along. We've had 36 meetings so far with approximately 120 hours of public meeting discussion. So very robust discussion on this topic. So now we're going to go to presentation A. As the Planning Commission is aware, there's a lot of interest in hearing directly from the fire district on this topic. So we are very happy to have the fire marshal, as well as the fire chief and the deputy chief joining us this evening. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the fire marshal, Don Bullard.
Thank you, Laura. Good evening, planning commissioners, and thank you for allowing the fire district to speak on this topic and present tonight. Okay, we'll start with a little background. I don't think it's any surprise to any of us that wildfires are part of California's present and increasing part of our future due to the effects of climate change. And although wildfires have been an important natural process, recent changes in fire frequency, intensity, and location are posing increasing threats. More acres of California have burned in the last decade than the previous 90 years, and 8 out of the state's 10 largest fires since 1932 have occurred in the last decade. Lightning is a common cause of large wildfires. However, in recent years, human activity has caused some of the largest fires, including downed power lines or electrical sources. Wildfires' dramatic adverse impacts include ecological impacts, erosion and water quality, destruction of structures, loss of life, and financial resources. Next slide, please. Development in fire-prone areas increases the likelihood of more destructive fires. Firefighting resources will be taxed, more habitat and people will be in harm's way, and more structures will burn. Imperative that local jurisdictions consider wildfire impacts as part of the development review process, where to best place new development, and mitigate fire impacts to the extent feasible. Next slide, please. So some of the key concepts that it's important to understand. The wildland-urban interface is generally defined as the area where the built environment meets or intermingles with the natural environment. CAL FIRE land classifications, high or very high fire hazard severity zones are the most severe. Chapter 7A is a more stringent building code that applies to very high hazard fire severity zones under state law. The town building code exceeds Chapter 7A and applies to the whole town. State responsibility area refers to lands where state has responsibility for firefighting, and local responsibility area, or LRA, refers to lands that the local agency has responsibility for firefighting. CAL FIRE maps, the state is in the process of updating the LRA maps. The SRA maps have already come out recently, and we're still awaiting the LRA maps. It was expected long ago, and we hope that they come out sometime, mid-year this year in 2023. Next slide. And then home ignition risk and structure-to-structure fire spread depend on two dominant sources of ignition: embers lofted by a fire, and then the radiant and convective heat that's emitted from a nearby fire. So the closer the other structures or fuel sources are to one another, the greater the need for non-combustible construction materials. Okay, next slide. This is in reference to the Attorney General's best practices guidance when adhering to the CEQA process. It's an excellent resource. It includes useful information, and it demonstrates that multiple state departments are now engaged in wildfire issues. It provides suggestions for how to best comply with CEQA when analyzing and mitigating a proposed project's impacts on ignition risk, emergency access, and evacuation. It's aimed at proposed development, such as residential, recreational, or commercial developments, and the extent to which it applies will vary. It includes things to consider, such as issues, alternatives to those issues, wildfire mitigation, hazard and risk, and then the mitigations to those issues. It's intended to assist lead agencies with their planning and approval of future projects. And it can be drawn from, we can draw from the guidance, even if we're not formally using it for the CEQA review. Next slide. So some of the key approaches for fire safety. The district believes that by working with the town to do these things, we're confident that the town will be safer than it has ever been in the past. So these are some recommendations from the fire district. Keep and expand on the progressive prevention policies that we currently have in the 2010 safety element. We should be looking at pursuing widening our roads, especially our evacuation routes, establishing multiple access and egress routes, meeting the CAL FIRE minimum fire safe regulations where necessary, conducting site-specific individuated wildfire hazard assessment plans, building to Chapter 7A and the Residential Code 337 with our local amendments, and enhancing construction methods and materials to be non-combustible. Next slide. We should be limiting our exposure to flammable materials, increasing our defensible space standards around structures, adopting new requirements for fuel breaks in parcels in the SRA as well as the LRA areas within the district. The town should be looking at adopting a map indicating the high and the very high fire severity zones, and revisiting the ADU and SB9 fire safety checklist and considering adoption of appropriate ordinances that address the ADU and the SB9 projects in town. And then educating the public on key fire safety issues. Next slide. So the role of the fire district. As the fire marshal, I prefer not to comment on whether an area should be developed. The district understands that the town has housing obligations under state law, and that the town has contracted with expert consultants who are familiar with CEQA. The district must trust that those consultants have done their due diligence in determining the safest locations for development in town. And the district encourages the town to refer to the Attorney General's guidance. Instead, the fire district should focus on codes that will apply if development occurs in these fire-prone areas. I'm currently developing a new fire code for approval by the town. Recommendations are expected to include building setback distances and building separation distances. And there'll also be a provision for alternate means or modifications where it's physically infeasible to meet those distances. Next slide, please. The district has reviewed sections of the ISMND while they were being drafted with the town, and the district staff are not CEQA experts. But through the process, Some questions and concerns were raised, and so the district would like to share those with the commission and the public. Fire modeling and other spatial and statistical analyses are valuable to quantify risks from projects. And the district recommends using these tools for future analysis of specific projects to the extent feasible. The addition of new development may impact the evacuation of project residents and the existing population. And so evacuation modeling should be considered at the time of the project review and approval, when there is time to modify the project and not defer it to the time where we're doing the building permit review. Where highly combustible structures such as wood frame buildings are near one another, the hazard of structure-to-structure fire spread can increase dramatically. Closer structure density should be accompanied by fire code amendments to mitigate these concerns. And the district will provide recommendations based on the latest science and the best practices that concern these. Next slide, please. There should also be a project level site-specific assessment of hazard and risk for development in areas of heightened hazard. The goal is to prevent and/or contain rapid fire expansion and spread to neighboring homes and fuel complexes. Methods to achieve this goal can vary based on the site, so individual assessments are most effective because there is no one-size-fits-all solution. It needs to be assessed. Mitigation should be linked to risk and not just hazard. And higher density development can complicate firefighting effectiveness and safety. And so therefore appropriate measures and enhanced access should be reviewed on every project. Next slide, please. The fire district and the town are different agencies, so we have different perspectives. We do work together on many different initiatives to promote public safety. Sometimes we see things from different perspectives, but we agree that that's okay. And in response to the ISMND, in response to comments, the fire district asked many questions and expressed some concerns. And we had the opportunity to talk through a number of things and I think we're better for it at this point in time. I think we've addressed a lot of important issues, and you know, the district has dedicated an extensive amount of time in the last year on these topics, and these are what the district thinks are the priorities for keeping the community safe. And so, as I mentioned, just to summarize a little bit here before I turn it back over to Laura, the district recommends the town adopt a map indicating the high and the very high fire hazard severity zones. Keep and expand on the progressive prevention policies in the 2010 safety element. We should be meeting the CAL FIRE minimum fire safe regulations in the areas in town that it's expected to work in. Conduct site-specific individuated wildfire hazard assessment plans for development sites. Build to Chapter 7A and the 337 residential code with local amendments. Enhance construction methods and materials to be non-combustible in areas where it's appropriate. Pursue widening our roads, establish multiple access and egress routes, limit our exposure to flammable materials, increase defensible space standards around structures, adopt new requirements for fuel breaks and parcels in the SRA and the LRA areas within the district. Revisit the ADU and the SB9 fire safety checklist and consider adoption of the appropriate ordinances. And then again, very important, educate the public on the key fire safety issues. So Laura, I think I'll turn it over to you and you can finish up from here.
Great. Thank you, Don. So as Don was just mentioning, we had an opportunity to talk through a lot of things, and it's been really productive. We really think of it as a really good thing. And from my perspective, CEQA did its job in this case to inform people and to get our discussion started and give us a chance to think about what is included in the CEQA review and what is not included there, and have a chance to reflect on our own goals for the town and how our policies can align. with those goals. So as the fire marshal was saying, we're different staffs, we work with different agencies, and sometimes we have different perspectives on things. And so we just wanted to be transparent about that and share with you on the next couple of slides some of those issues that we've been talking about and how we view those things. So we don't usually do this in a presentation, but we're kind of going to volley back and forth between Dawn and myself. So you all just get the benefit of kind of hearing what some of our discussions have been like in the recent weeks and over the months. So we're going to do this in a table format. So you've got on one side kind of what the fire district has expressed as a concern and what we've been talking about. And then in the next column, how our planning staff has been viewing some of those same issues. So over to you, Don, and we'll go back and forth on these.
So one of the concerns that came up with the district that I discussed with Laura was the scope of the proposed zoning amendments are not yet clearly defined. And I had asked Laura, I said, you know, if these aren't clearly defined yet, how could the ISMND have, you know, how could they have been able to do the analysis without these being clearly defined? And so that was a question that I had concerns over, because the ISMND has already been done, but yet it's not, to me, it's not yet clearly defined on what they're going to be doing with those zones.
And I said, well, that's very logical, Don. But CEQA is not always logical. And we understand this point, and we've thought about it a lot. We think that because the locations of the sites and the densities are known, that we do have sufficient information for our CEQA analysis. And the details of that zoning, the Planning Commission started to work on, and we've put on a little bit of hold, but it's going to be coming back in the next couple of months. And we are absolutely open to and welcome feedback from the district, and look forward to integrating some of the concepts that the district's going to be recommending into that discussion.
Another concern of the district was what we felt was the use of the CAL FIRE map over the Moritz map. And the district stance was that the Moritz map is a much better map than the CAL FIRE map. And it is the approved basis for the assessment and regulation of the impact of proposed development within the town on wildfire hazards and risk per the safety element section 4138. And so in multiple circumstances, it kept coming up that, why aren't you using the Moritz map? Why aren't you using the Moritz map? Because we feel it's just a much better map than the 2008 CAL FIRE map. A lot more work went into the details of that map. And so that was a concern that kept getting expressed. It got expressed over the zoning code changes. It was expressed over the initial, or the overall analysis of all of the development sites, because the Moritz map puts those sites in either a high or a very high fire severity zone in almost every case. And so we had some concerns over that. You go from there, Laura.
So we reflected a lot on those concerns that we heard from the fire marshal and questions that we received from members of the public. And our interpretation of this is that the Moritz map is definitely an important resource. And it has been part of the discussion throughout this process. The Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee did look at it as part of their site selection process. And it's been a part of the discussion all along. But we do not see it as the primary basis for regulation of development projects. And so I included a quote here from that section of the safety element. And it says the Moritz map and accompanying report provide guidance for reducing the fire threat from vegetation throughout the town. These informative references should be consulted by property owners and public agencies. So we have generally interpreted the Moritz map as an important tool related to vegetation management, how to prioritize vegetation management, and how to think about vegetation and topography in the community. we don't see it as the basis for land use planning or development review regulation. And so this is a case where our interpretations vary. And we'll talk about this a little bit more in another item as it comes up.
Another concern of the district was the elimination of what I consider very progressive fire prevention policies that are in our current 2010 safety element. I felt that taking those out of our current safety element and eliminating those policies was a step backwards, and still feel that way today and want to keep those in our current safety element. And I've expressed the interest to do that, and my concerns with taking them out and removing them, which really puts a damper on my ability to mitigate risk throughout the district. And I really wanted to keep those in there. And so I'll let Laura explain from there how that was received.
And I said, great, thank you. So we took through our staff and consultant team, there's an existing policy, particularly it's 4151.2 or paren 2. And we replaced that with a new policy 38. And some of it is the same, but a few of the words change. And I can understand now that from Dawn's point of view, it reduced how strict that policy was. So we can easily revise that policy to be more strict and more consistent with what the intent of what the district would like to see. And that extends to other safety element policies as well. The document is in draft. The purpose is for it to be reviewed right now. And this is exactly the kind of feedback that we want to receive. So we appreciate this and look forward to revising these policies to provide the strength that the district is looking for.
And then again, like I said, the use of the 2008 CAL FIRE map over the Moritz map. Another concern was that it underestimates or understates and mischaracterizes the hazard and risk that currently exists in town. And the fire district has always felt that the Moritz map should be the basis of any analysis we're doing in town when it comes to wildfire hazard and risk. So that concern's been expressed over and over again. And so I'll let Laura go ahead and explain from there.
Yeah, we've really talked about this one a lot. And I've talked to our team a lot about this one as well. And we certainly agree that the 2008 CAL FIRE map is outdated. We have included it in our analysis, but that's certainly not the only thing that we included. One of the reasons we included the CAL FIRE map in our analysis is because we're required by law to do so for the safety element process, and because it's the most commonly used map amongst planning professionals. So if we would have left it out, that would have been conspicuous also. So we knew that the CAL FIRE map on its own was not enough. So we wanted to bring in other resources. And so the housing element site analysis and the CEQA analysis were based on much more than just that one map. It included the Moritz map. It included other resources, other data sets, and advice that we received from our fire consultant as well. We also went into this whole process knowing that the whole town is already subject to Chapter 7A, the more stringent building codes. And so that rule that we have in town is already much more stringent than if the town relied on only the CAL FIRE map. So I say that to demonstrate that our staff thinking is not that we rely just on that CAL FIRE map. The town has had much more broad thinking than that since at least 2010, when some of these actions were originally taken. So I want to just emphasize that the Moritz map was consulted as part of the housing element site selection. It is included in the safety element. And based on the feedback we've received, it is being added to the housing element as well. So the next draft will include the Moritz map in the housing element itself, as well as the table that the Planning Commission has seen that includes the different categories for the housing element sites and whether they fall into the high or very high category from the Moritz map. The other thing that's been challenging for our planning staff to think through is that the categories are not exactly equivalent between the Moritz map and the CAL FIRE map. And so using different terminology for different things or people not being able to understand if it's the same has been kind of a tricky part of the process. So we're hoping we'll have new maps soon and that those issues can be resolved. So this is a little glimpse into the conversations that the fire marshal and staff have been having through all of this. And so now we wanted to turn to what we're going to do moving forward. So back to Don for this slide.
Okay, so moving forward, currently I have my draft fire code. It's already done. It's currently being reviewed by legal and pending any major revisions. I hope to have that before our board for its first reading at the end of March when we have our board meeting. So that is in the works. It's already been drafted and ready to go. It's just being looked over right now. We're currently doing our fire mapping with Flame Mapper, our consultants who are working with us to do the fire mapping for the fire hazard severity zones within the district. And then the district is also doing a district-wide hazard and risk assessment with Flame Mapper. Their original estimate of when they would be done with those was sometime in March. But now, due to some comments that they've received back from us in updates that they've given us, that's been pushed out to a further date that is unknown at this time. So still working on it. It's still in progress, and there'll have to be more to follow from the district on that at a later date. Formal recommendations will be made to the town when each of these are done and completed, and then the town council will consider the proposals for adoption. Next slide.
Yeah, and then this is a reminder, or for some of you it may be new, how is the town moving forward on our side? We've mentioned that the safety element draft is currently under review, and now is the time for recommendations, and changes are expected prior to adoption. So I don't want anyone to think that it's too late. These are the exact conversations we want to be having. And if those changes impact the analysis in the ISMND, then we will have to go back and look at that and see if it changes any of the analysis in any of the impact categories. And it could be necessary to do an addendum or additional work. So we're going to have to cross that bridge when we come to it. But we do feel like it's technically very feasible to do so. If the mapping results in meaningful changes, and this could be CAL FIRE mapping, it could be the district's mapping, depending on how things go. If we see big changes there, the town will revisit the housing element sites. We've been talking about this for a long time. We just wanted to make sure that we're saying it again tonight. We also have a housing element program to revisit the ADU ordinance and the SB 9 ordinance and see if any changes need to be made in light of the new information that we expect to receive from that mapping. And as you all know, by now we keep saying it, the town council has expressed their interest in adopting the housing element by the end of March. And the initial study mitigated negative declaration has to be adopted concurrently with that. So then I wanted to talk a little bit about how we're moving forward together between the town and the fire district. This is after all the discussion we've had, I think, kind of the summary that we can share with you. The science, the best practices, and the state laws are continuously evolving. This is really a burgeoning area. And so we have the shared goal to continue to evaluate and update our local approach based on those things as it continues to evolve. We agree that we need to implement the CAL FIRE minimum fire safe regulations. And we understand that there is some rulemaking at the state level that's wrapping up. And so in the next few months, we'll be going into implementation of this. And just this is a challenge and an opportunity. So we have this work that we're going to be doing together. We'll need to adopt a new fire map. So we have an obligation to have a fire map that's adopted under the latest laws. And so we'll be doing that. We're going to review and implement the new fire code that Dawn's been talking about. We have a housing element program to do regular updates to Building Code Chapter 7A to make sure we're capturing the best practices. We just did a round of that with the new code adoption, and even more stringent building code went into effect of January of 2023. So we're already honoring that commitment. And then we've had the opportunity to really talk about the district's interest in doing these site-specific analyses that they're talking about. So we want to consider and see if we can develop a new process to have these individual wildfire hazard assessment plans done for projects that warrant it, that are in the more fire-prone areas. And so the idea that we're working on together is to potentially model off of the town process for geologic safety that has been very successful since the 70s and really protected the local health and safety. So the maps will be developed by CAL FIRE and/or the fire district. And then a policy would be developed by the district and the town together. And we think that that could have better potential to capture our local concerns than even a CEQA analysis could. Because the CEQA analysis is not necessarily going to cover all of the things that the fire district and the public and the community may wish to see. But this is an opportunity to do something local and specific to the concerns that we face here. So that's the summary of what we've learned and what we've talked about and what we wanted to share with the Planning Commission and the public this evening. So we would be happy to take questions, clarifying questions from the Planning Commission at this time. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, but anyone let me know if they wish to see any of the previous slides.
Great. Thank you so much, Dawn and Laura. It's great to have a joint presentation from you all. So commissioners, do any of you have, these are just clarifying questions, not really to discussion yet. Raise your hand if you have a set of questions. How about you, Linda? Oh, you're muted.
Thanks for reminding me. That was an amazing presentation. And Laura, I assume that we can get a hard copy of that sent to us. I couldn't take notes fast enough. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'd like to ask a question, and maybe you both need to answer it or weigh in on it. I'm not very good at memorizing every single little element of something like this. So I tend to think of things conceptually, and I put them into concepts, I'm sorry, that I'm sort of familiar with. And so when you use the words risk and hazard, sometimes it sounds interchangeably. So I don't really understand that. And then when you talk about a risk assessment, I do understand that. And then there's a few questions mixed in here. But Fire Marshal, you talked in your recommendations about certain things you do in fire-prone areas, but also in areas with heightened hazard. So what I want to get to by mentioning all these things is something I really fundamentally get confused on. I was an environmental lawyer, and every compound that we run into on our life is regulated at a certain level. And the way the level was fixed, it's a massive undertaking undertaken by the Environmental Protection Agency years ago, is they go through and do a study and they look at all the data, and then they do what's called a risk assessment. And then as a result of the risk assessment, you get a quantified risk. And in my mind, anything above that level would be a hazard, and below that level would be less hazardous. I'm oversimplifying it, but you can see what I'm trying to get at with the fire. I don't know when a risk becomes a hazard. I don't know when a high hazard area is the same as a fire prone area. And I can't put all of those words and all of those pieces together. And so that's really my question. And before I shut up, I just want to say how much I really, really appreciate what I just heard. It was just an amazing example of interagency cooperation. But I do have that question, and it's bothered me from the time I've started studying these fire issues. Maybe you
Sure.
can help.
I can try to answer that. I can give it a shot. Maybe one of the ways that will help you understand it is if you think of, in terms of a wildfire, let's talk about your hazards in the terms of wildfire or a fire. Think of a hazard as the fuel complex that can be, if it's ignited, the type of fuel complex that it is, the volume of the fuel, the moisture content of the fuel. So how fast will that fuel burn and travel and spread if it becomes ignited? Okay. And fuel can be vegetative fuel, or it can be structural fuel too. It can be a building. So if that fuel complex is ignited, how fast, how rapidly can that fuel complex move across the landscape and affect the things that we care about? So if that fuel complex was in the middle of a forest and there wasn't anything, there's no houses there, there's no people there, that fire may take off and it may run and it may do a lot of damage, but the risk to things that we care about other than the environment may be very low in the forest. But if you take that same fuel complex and put it in Portola Valley, and that fuel complex were to ignite and catch fire, how fast that fuel complex moves across the landscape, how rapidly it travels and moves, and affects things that we care about, people's homes, people's lives, that's the risk. So you think about the risk in terms of what's at risk if that fuel complex moves across that landscape really fast at a high rate of speed and we can't get those people out of harm's way. So that's the risk that we look at in terms of, does that make any sense to you?
It helps a lot. So if you apply that like to a house, each house will have a high risk because it's a house, so to speak. And then it's a question of what's the hazard? Like I happen to be 50 feet from my neighbor and be surrounded by grass, but you know, is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, the hazard would be the type of fuel in the complex, how much fuel there is there, what's the moisture content of the fuel, and how horizontally and vertically, how does that fuel lay out across the landscape? Is it contiguous or continuous fuel so that it travels very fast into a residential area, or is it broken up and it has fuel breaks in between, so the fire doesn't travel that fast across the landscape, it travels a little slower. The intensity of the fire, the spread of the fire is slower, so that fuel complex isn't as great of a concern as if it was just a constant fuel complex leading up to a residential area. That risk would be very high because the fire could travel through that fuel very fast and affect that residential area or those things that we care about.
One more question. Thank you very, very much. So on the maps then, what does the Moritz map versus the CAL FIRE maps map? Do they map hazard? Do they map risk? And is there a way when you look at a particular map to figure out which of those they're mapping?
So both of those maps only look at hazards. They're only looking at the fuel on the landscape. They do not do a risk assessment. That's something completely different. So the CAL FIRE map and the Moritz map are both hazard maps. And just to give you an idea of what they are assessing, the Moritz map surveys, their survey is an aerial and ground inspected survey, whereas the CAL FIRE is aerial only. They only do it from the air. As far as the resolution goes, Moritz does 5 meter by 5 meter cells, and CAL FIRE does 30 meter by 30 meter cells. And so what I've been told is that a 5 meter modeling provides 36 times the resolution of 30-meter modeling. And the higher resolution modeling will distinguish fuel type patterns and topographical features such as canyons, roadways, structures, impermeable surfaces, drainages, and ridges, which provide results that are much more detailed than a 30-meter by 30. Okay. The Moritz map looks at slope from 0 to 50%, whereas the CAL FIRE looks at slope that is only less than or greater than 20%. So it's very limited on slope. The Moritz map looks at the aspect from a southwest, south, southeast, northeast, and northwest perspective. And with CAL FIRE, the aspect is not considered at all. And then as far as Moritz, the drainages and the chimneys are included in their survey. With CAL FIRE, they're not considered. And then Moritz looks at 11 different fuel types, whereas CAL FIRE only looks at 5. And then Moritz, he classifies everything at 5 acres, and CAL FIRE classifies everything for urban, it's 20 acres, and for rural, it's 200 acres. So they're looking at a much more granular resolution. And then for burnability, Moritz looks at observed fuels densities, and CAL FIRE only estimates the fuel densities. So those are kind of the major differences between the two, but they're both only looking at the hazards on the landscape. They're not looking at the risk.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Linda. How about you, Nick? Oh, go ahead, John. I see your hand up.
Yeah, I got 2 questions. So one of the things I like about our current process in the town is that early on, the fire department gets a chance to look at a project. I guess I'm thinking specifically around the Stanford Wedge project, where I know you went in ahead of time and talked about, making sure there was access to the back part of the land, and some of those. I believe there were several other things that you brought up, and that happens before it ever gets to us, type of thing. So this new kind of assessment, I think you were talking about, is that going to happen at that same point in time before the project gets very far along? And how does it compare to what we're already doing today?
Yeah, that's the idea. The idea that it would happen before the project, and basically, we talked about how the town has this process for geological. We're basically letting the land dictate what can happen on the land. You have certain requirements that need to be met. Well, we would go out and look at the land and look at the fuels that are on the land, look at the topography of the land, and look at what needs to be done to meet the requirements to be able to build on that land. How much fuel needs to be removed? Do we need to, where would we want to site the house on the land so that it's safe, so that it's offset from the slope? Those kinds of things are what we would be looking at. Access, right.
Great. And I guess the second question was actually just because you were telling us about the maps. Do I assume that the new maps will have all the granularity that you're looking for and the slopes and all of that included in them?
We're using, Flame Mappers is using the 5-meter modeling that was done by the Golden Gate Recreation Area for San Mateo County. So they did some LiDAR mapping of all of San Mateo County at 5 meters, which is what we want. We want the 5-meter data, and that's what they're supposed to be using. Yes.
Great. That was it.
Okay.
Great. Nicholas or Ronnie, do you have any clarifying questions for Don or Laura?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm discerning that you have a preference for the Moritz map. And the town historically, I guess currently our safety element does rely on the Moritz map. I'm seeing heads nod, and I know that that may well change. Discerning that, so the reasons that you liked it better, you prefer it, is it has better resolution, it's more exacting, and it has more variables that it looks at. and understanding that is helpful. The town has adopted as a rule the use of Chapter 7A. So I'm thinking about this kind of practically. Do I care that there's a difference between the Moritz map and the CAL FIRE map from a regulatory standpoint? Does it matter because we've adopted Chapter 7A that we're using a less exacting, less high resolution map that identifies fewer high fire severity zones? Do I care?
You want the Brussels
You're-
sprouts or the,
you-
You didn't eat them?
I couldn't eat all of them.
Okay.
I hear somebody talking there. Okay. You're correct in your thinking that Chapter 7A would be a requirement for very high fire severity areas and potentially could be for high fire severity areas as well. So yes, regulatory, you would need to know where your very high and your high fire severity areas are within town. And then you would apply that Chapter 7A requirements to those areas. But the town of Portola Valley has already gone ahead and we require that throughout the whole entire town. So as far as Chapter 7A requirements go, no, it wouldn't make a difference. But there are other things that are connected to these fire severity maps that will be. For example, the minimum fire safe regulations from CAL FIRE. Those also will apply to the areas of very high and high. So we need to know where those, that's why one of the big reasons I say the town needs to adopt a map, whatever map it is that they want to adopt, we need to have one that distinguishes where those very high and high fire severities are in town so that we know where we're going to apply these regulations.
Marshall, I'm sorry, I'm not as familiar, of course, certainly than you and probably than most of the other people on the dais and on the screen here in front of me. But I didn't quite understand what are the other elements that would apply beyond 7A to very high and high fire severity zones. I missed the specifics.
Oh, okay. The CAL FIRE minimum fire safe regulations, those would apply as well.
And what are those?
Those they deal with road widths, one-way roads where there's a dead end road. They deal with 30-foot setbacks. They require 30-foot setbacks in very high fire severity areas. There's a number of other requirements that are involved in that too, but those are some of the bigger ones.
So there's some things that get triggered.
There are some things that get triggered with those,
Got
yes.
So if I can to town staff, why are we moving away from Moritz? And I looked in the, this is we're here, I have the ISM and as sophisticated as I need to be to use Control F, and that's about as far as I go. So I typed in Moritz and I found that there were 5 references to Moritz. And like 2 of them were to Moritz Harbor something. And I don't understand why we moved away and how exactly we are incorporating Moritz into the ISM&D as a public information disclosure document.
Tell you in general terms, the way I've been thinking about it is that we're trying to look to the future and to the new maps that are going to come out that have the latest information and the best science And we recognize that there's valuable information in the Moritz map. And so we've been trying to pull that in as we go. But to me, it feels like we're looking backwards by using the Moritz map instead of looking forwards. And so we tried to find multiple ways to think about fire safety and to analyze it in different ways so that we could come up with the best recommendations that we've got instead of relying on something that's getting older when new things are coming. Because we think we've been able to, for housing element purposes, come through a really good site selection process that reasonably considers the fire safety and makes that an important part of the selection. And so we were focused on what it takes to complete a housing element and a safety element at this point, not focused on the specifics of how we're going to implement other policies or how we're going to implement other state laws. And those are important questions and important issues, but I was creating some separation between those issues as we've been working through this process.
I'm not going to belabor it, but if we have one map that is better than the other map, and it may be that it's better at certain things than other things, and I do a bunch of different things, this wouldn't be the thing that I realize that I own. But if I've got a map that is better, even if it's an old map, than the other old map, why don't I use the one that has better resolution, unless it's better for a different purpose?
I believe that it's better for a different purpose. And this is again where, why we were kind of talking about, we view this differently. When you look at the Moritz map, there are definitely much larger areas of the community that fall into the Moritz map category of like very high and high. But we don't think that those categories are equivalent between the Moritz map high and very high and the CAL FIRE high and very high, because of they are measuring different things to a certain degree. And so when we were looking at housing element sites, like the whole town almost is high and very high, but we still have to plan for housing. And so it was present, but we wouldn't have wanted to concentrate all of our sites in the very high on the Moritz map. That's true, but we didn't. We thought about lots of different data and lots of ways of thinking about the sites in town. Because if we excluded everything that was high and very high on the Moritz map, we wouldn't have housing sites.
So the state fire map shows at a grosser level the more dangerous areas than the Moritz map does, and it kind of highlights the highest of the high danger areas, or is it that it all kind of sucks? And this one allowed us to present something that that gave us some choices.
So your language, it all kind of sucks. It's all very challenging.
Yeah.
And when we were working on this, I don't want it to sound like we used the CAL FIRE map as the basis of our analysis. We did not. It's one of the factors that we considered, and we considered it because state law tells us we have to for the safety element.
But it says in the safety element that it's an item among the issues to be considered. It includes the CAL FIRE map.
Yeah.
Among other things.
Absolutely. And
so there's like a host of things, including the Moritz map and other stuff.
yeah, and that's why we wanted to look at a host of things, and we believe that we did. We also know from our consultants that to get approved for a safety element, CAL FIRE has a checklist that they're going to review our safety element for. And on the checklist, it says, did you include the CAL FIRE map?
Uh-huh.
So, it has to be in there. But I don't want people to think that we were relying on that as the only source of information for fire safety. We definitely were not.
No, I understand that it has to be included, and it does, absolutely. I'm also totally focused on moving forward. I'm excited that we're going to have new maps that we're going to paw our way through. And to that end, there are key approaches for fire safety, which sounded like mitigation kind of items from my ear without seeing them in front of me. And then there were also fire district comments, many of which also sounded like mitigation kinds of measures. Were the key approaches for fire safety included or germane to the ISMND, which is the issue that we have, of course, in front of us? And the next question that you have for the fire marshal is, you had a whole list of comments, which I don't have. And I want to make sure that in your view, those comments have been considered and appropriately addressed. So Don, you're on next, and then I think I'm going to be done. So Director, were the key approaches for fire safety considered and then incorporated, or is that going to show up in a different document?
We expect it, based on the conversations we've been having recently, to show up in something like a work plan that the town and the fire district would go through together. And so we didn't view these as actual mitigation measures, capital M under CEQA, but we thought of them as more things as we were talking about the CEQA analysis and what's included in a fire CEQA analysis and what's not, and what's important to this community. It's more what came out of that conversation to illuminate to us what we can be working on together moving forward. And a number of these things are already identified in different documents and different priorities, but it was really a chance for us to talk about it and kind of bring them together in one list. That's how I'm viewing it.
So do we expect to see these kinds of key approaches for fire safety? And I'm not sure I can name off really very many of them, but I've got the title written down here. Do we expect to see that in the safety element then, to show up then, or is it just going to be a resonant pool that we're going to draw from as we go forward in our various documents as we're preparing?
Great, thank you for that question. A couple are already in the housing element as programs. A couple I would expect to be in the safety element as we continue to work through the draft. And then I would think the remainder will stay kind of on that joint work plan for consideration, probably by the town council, potentially as part of their priority setting, as we think about, what are we going to spend time on and what's the most valuable fire safety programs or policies to implement. So that's my perspective. Don, did you want to speak to that also?
Sure. Yeah, these are, my idea is, I didn't think that any of these could be included in the ISMND. And so the next best place to put these, as far as I understood it, would be in the safety element. And some of these, I don't want them to just live in the safety element. I want them to be codified and implemented in the municipal code, especially those progressive fire prevention principles that come out of the 2010 safety element. I think those are very, very important. And I don't think we should lose track of those because they're very important. It'll help us mitigate risk throughout the district, especially in Portola Valley. So yes, I agree. If we can't find a way to weave this into the ISMND, then the next best step is to keep this as our working plan moving forward and get it into the safety element. Some of this is going to live in my fire code too. So that's, if that gets adopted and ratified by the towns, those minimum setbacks and the distances between structures that I want to put into the fire code, that would live in the fire code. So yeah, I would agree with what Laura's saying. We move forward and put these in the locations where we can and try to get them to be implemented in town so that they go to good use.
So Marshall, I had my one final question, which was an open-ended question, and that is, you also had a set of comments, fire district comments. And what I want to know, so at again, a high level, is do you feel as though those comments were heard, appreciated, and responded to in by the town and reflected in the ISMND?
If a set of comments that I submitted to the town, you're saying?
I wrote down the key approaches for fire safety, and then there was another slide that said fire district comments. And I want to make sure that you feel that the comments were heard, appreciated, and appropriately responded to. Not that the town agreed with you 100% or incorporated 100%. There are different perspectives, there are different needs, and there are also different documents in which this can show up. And what a CEQA document is may be very different from what we need to address fire issues generally. But I want to make sure that your comments from your perspective were heard, appreciated, and responded to.
Thank you. Now I understand what you're saying. And yes, I do. I do feel that they were understood. I feel like I was heard. I feel like the district was heard. It was understood. And I feel like it was appreciated. And I feel like we have a good working plan moving forward so that we can do the things that the ISMND is not going to do for us in the future.
Chair, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Taking a lot of time.
All right, thanks, Nicholas. John, it looks like you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I did. I had a follow-up on Nicholas. So one of the things I just wanted to confirm was that, there's clearly we're talking about some new things coming up, some new fire code, potentially some new setbacks, things like that. I just wanted to confirm that this ISNMD would have no effect on how those are implemented in the future. In other words, if by saying yes to the ISNMD now, that doesn't in some way obviate what's going to happen in the future in terms of these new rules and regulations. Is that true?
That's correct. So we think about some of these things as kind of a companion to the things that we learn through the ISMND. And so nothing in the ISMND stops us from implementing the things that were on the fire marshal's list for those key aspects for fire safety.
Thank you.
Yeah, one of the concerns that I had that I addressed with Laura was that if the ISMND gets approved as is today, does that mean, because it's a programmatic ISM or a programmatic CEQA review, and it doesn't really do a site-specific CEQA analysis, looking at the wildfire hazards and risks the way we want to look at it, does that disqualify or prevent us from going to each of these development sites in the future and doing a site-specific review? And that was a concern that I have and had, and as I understand it now, is that does not prevent us and we can still do that.
Very good. Ronnie, do you have any clarifying questions for the fire marshal or for Laura?
With regard to the maps, for the for the Moritz map, I mean, I understand that some of the comments are coming from a standpoint as a general principle. The Moritz map has a more accurate reflection of the hazards. But I just, in terms of the specific sites in the housing element, wasn't there also more recent flame mapper analysis done? And basically, are you left with any concern about the specific housing element and the specific sites because of the Moritz map, the way it was or wasn't used?
Is that being directed to the fire marshal?
Yes.
Yeah. So the maps, well, let's see, the flame mapper, those were very preliminary results that were requested and received in the middle of Flame Mapper's process. Flame Mapper provided those preliminary results to the best of their ability at the time of the request, knowing that the maps were still being developed and that there were possibilities that the results could change. And so, since we haven't seen those final maps yet, the district will have to follow up with the results later on what those maps are stating for those development sites. Does that answer your question, or?
Partially, I guess. I mean, I think also the specific sites were analyzed with respect to the Moritz map. And I guess, so the question is just, I mean, are you feeling that something is missing with regard to the specific sites in the housing element? Or was the Moritz map comments more as like a general principle that it should be used?
Well, I felt, you know, we had the information. It was another layer that we could use to assess those sites. And so my concern was, why aren't we using it? It's just another tool that we have to do a better assessment of the sites. At the time, I didn't think we were using it. In my discussions with Laura, she has explained to me that that they did use it. It's just they didn't use it in the capacity that I thought that they would use it. So it was looked at. It was difficult for the Housing Element Committee to distinguish. Well, number one, they use different. CAL FIRE uses very high fire severity zone and high fire severity zone. Moritz map uses highest hazard and high hazard, right? In my mind, looking at it, I would equate high hazard and highest hazard to high hazard and very high hazard. But apparently the Housing Element Committee wasn't able to distinguish the areas very well on the map. And so didn't use it as a layer like they did with their constraint maps with everything else, and just took it into consideration for what it said. So the district isn't, I guess I would say we're not comfortable giving an opinion on whether the land is safe or unsafe for development. We're not experts in the field, and we're not experts when it comes to CEQA assessments. And the district understands that the town is mandated by state law to find locations to provide more housing. The town has contracted with experts in the field to find these locations. And I think that the district, we have to trust that the consultants will do their due diligence in finding the safest locations possible in town. And the district has participated in the process by way of recommendations where applicable. And we tried to help ensure that the safest development sites were being located. But the district's main role in this is to focus our expertise on the codes and regulations that will apply if the development does occur in fire-prone areas, to make sure that those development environments are as safe as possible. And I think by the time we get to that point, we will have new maps, updated maps that we can rely on that the town has adopted.
Thank you. Yeah, my other question was answered by Nicholas, so that's it.
Okay, great. And my colleague asked all the questions that I had, so no further questions from me. Great, thank you so much, Don and Laura. Okay, we'll go, for those of you that weren't here at the beginning, we're gonna go through our 3 parts and then take public comments on all of them since they're so interrelated. Next, we'll move to part B. Commissioners Brothers and Targ have a colleagues memo. So I think this is a good opportunity for one of them to walk us through the key points on that memo. Linda or Nicholas, do you want to?
Commissioner Brothers, can you tee us up, please?
Sure. If you'll recall our last meeting, we talked about impacts that were significant and some that we felt were significant, but under CEQA had not been found significant. And since they were not found significant under CEQA, there was no need for mitigation. And we had a lot of public comments on this issue. So the idea that we developed was that we as a planning commission in the town in due order can add other mitigation measures or other actions without impacting the CEQA document itself. There's a specific guideline, and the guidelines in CEQA are like regulations that allows for this. If I was a little more organized, I could read it to you, but it's a specific section of the CEQA rules that says measures or conditions, it's in our footnote number 2, are added after circulation of the negative deck, which are not required by CEQA and are not necessary to mitigate an avoidable significant impact. So by going through what's in our memo, we will not have an adverse impact on the mitigated neg deck, or we will not trigger any further CEQA review. But I think so that I wanted to put aside, but I think what it does do is the approach and the program features that we set out follow up on a lot of comments that we've heard that were still concerns about impacts that are going to develop if we increase the size of the town. I guess my final comment is, that this housing element stuff, if it gets built out, you can argue about the number, but somewhere our town's going to grow by something like 20%. And I'm just not comfortable saying that there's not going to be an impact. Ann and I joked about the waiting time at the pickleball courts, but well, there'll be younger families, they'll need slides and playgrounds. And I know that right now those are near houses, or schools are near houses, but will that be the case with the new housing element? So many questions like that need to be addressed. And if we address them under the context that Nicholas and I have laid out, these project design features, we'll be doing it in our role as a legislative rulemaking type body. Whereas if we don't do it now and we start receiving proposals, and some of these impacts haven't been thought through more carefully, we cannot do it in our quasi-judicial role. We can't suddenly get to the last development and say, oh my God, we don't have enough tennis courts. The last guy needs to pay for it, or that's a gross exaggeration, but I think you get my point. So if we need to add to some of our town coffers, some of our dedicated programs, that's the goal of this project, to the memo that we put together, to start some analysis on that. And I think at that point, I'll turn it over to Nicholas. He's much more familiar with all of the details, but I will say this analysis of fire, this discussion of fire and fire safety is just exactly the kind of thing that I think comes upon the heels of our analysis in the ISMND.
Commissioner Brothers, thank you very much. I entirely view this in the same way. In thinking through this, we have an increase, or we're looking at a potential increase, 17–20% of the population, and a similarly large number of housing or dwelling units being added to the town. Now, we can agree that CEQA, the CEQA document, the ISMND, appropriately identifies the level of impacts and mitigates as necessary to below significance. But that doesn't mean that there isn't going to be an impact that we won't feel, that won't be noticed. In the olden days, we had, that is a couple of years ago, we had traffic level of service. And we basically have a level of service. And we can go all the way down to D, which, you know, is a little bit like being on Montgomery Street in San Francisco. Maybe not quite that bad, but like that. And we could make the finding that there is no significant impact going all the way down to level D. I do not want to live in a town that has level of service D, whether it is for traffic, whether it's for emergency services showing up, whether it's aesthetics, or whether it's being able to get out of town if there's a fire. And that's what these measures are meant to do. They go beyond CEQA. And you're allowed to have mitigation measures that go beyond what CEQA requires. And CEQA allows you to place them in what's called the MMRP. And that's the roster of measures that will be implemented. In drafting the document, we're careful because we realize that these do go beyond what CEQA requires. Even though we want them to be mandatory, we also don't want them to delay, or several of them would be mandatory, and we can go through that in a second. We don't want to delay implementation of the housing element for any number of reasons that we can talk about if helpful. And that's the structure. The other thing that we noted is that there are some elements that do feel like mitigation measures that go beyond CEQA. And there are other pieces that feel really more like augmentations to the housing element itself. They're programmatic, more programmatic in nature. And we flagged those. So I'm going to go through this pretty swiftly, a lot more swiftly than the time that I spent with Don and Laura just a moment ago. So, and if you have questions, we can talk about it. I'm also going to put on my glasses. So the first of these is a local CEQA guidelines and thresholds. What is that? So every municipality agency is required to have CEQA guidelines. That explains what are the procedures and mechanisms and exemptions that are available within that agency in that municipality. That is required by law to be had. I assume that the town of Portola Valley has them at some place. I have not been able to, but that doesn't mean that they don't exist. The other discretionary piece of this is a threshold. What is a threshold? A threshold tells you whether or not an impact is significant. The CEQA guidelines expressly allow a municipality or an agency to set CEQA thresholds. For example, what would it mean to have a significant impact to an evacuation plan? There are some municipalities that either have now or perhaps are about to adopt if it adds 1 second more to the evacuation time as modeled, then that would be a significant impact. And one can say whether that's a prudent idea or not. I'm flagging it as an approach or an item that a municipality has. Many municipalities across the state have thresholds ranging from Santa Barbara to Gilroy to Oakland. And there's a bunch of different approaches. I'm not suggesting we try and do anything new or novel. I tried very hard not to be original, generally, particularly for things like this. I like things that are off the shelf. Really smart people have been working on this for a while, and I at least would suggest that we benefit from their learning. And I think that we can set thresholds that make sense from a Portola Valley standpoint along a couple of dimensions. Aesthetics, parks, recreation, wildfires would be are the items that Linda and I came up with as initial numbers. Could be more, could be less, but that might be a starting point. We didn't put in the timeframes, but rather we left that up to council, because this involves issues of prioritization and ability of staff to take on yet another project. And that seemed like a good activity, not for this body, but perhaps more modestly, we could defer that and let it be resolved by council. The next item here is our sort of a cluster of items, most of which are being addressed already. That's general plan, zoning, design, and review. We are required to update our zoning to make it harmonious with the housing element. We are not required, but it's prudential, at least in my view, and I know that we've been talking about it. And I'm sorry, I'm irrigating here because I've got the floor. In our view, to address issues of design review and to codify them to objective standards. If we don't do that, depending on the permitting pathway, the entitlement pathway, our design guidelines can be disregarded. And that will change the character and feel of the town. We don't have to let that happen. And my understanding is that we're working on that. The general plan, there's some harmonization, and I understand that could be attended to. And then there may be other elements within the GP that we should be thinking about. One of the assumptions within the general plan is that this is going to be a low density town. And the assumption is it's low density, and that implies that there's going to be elevated housing prices. And it states that expressly in the general plan. We might want to think about that, and that may not be consistent with where we are right now. We look to the built environment being subservient to the natural, but we don't always look to some of the assumptions that we have. Housing inventory. We had a concept of a sunrise provisions. And that's not called out. And the look to determine what other what other housing sites are available isn't called out within the housing element. It may be assumed. It's also probably worth pretty quickly thinking about what our next housing cycle is going to look like, so we don't end up in the same position that we're in right now, kind of scrambling. That's not a mitigation measure. That could be a housing element program. Safety would be a mitigation measure. We've heard, I'm gonna, it's a long list, but I'm gonna supplement here if it's okay with my commissioner brothers. We've heard from the fire marshal a whole list of safety key approaches for fire safety. And it may be prudent to have those as additional considerations. We're going to have a host of maps that are coming up. We're going to have to consider how they interface with the building codes, how they interface with another 20%, 15% of houses, dwellings that are going to be built in town. And it seems as a prudential matter, going beyond CEQA, we ought to go and include those and make a firm commitment that upon the approval of the housing element, councils shall establish a work group or direct an existing committee with assistance from staff and support from outside fire consultants, and I assume the fire marshal, to make recommendations to council regarding the effectiveness and need for modification of evacuation plans, building codes. And final recommendations would be provided to council within a date certain, just so there's a beginning and middle and an end. Just have a couple more here. This next item is a housing element, and it may ultimately be the most important, at least my opinion, of the elements here, and it's the least cost. And it has, in some sense, the least to do with the town, but that's to encourage community and civic engagement. And by that, we were looking at the institutions within the town, not the town itself, but the HOAs, the religious organizations which are in the town, potentially some of the clubs that are in the town, that really, in a lot of ways, form the fabric of the town. If there's a problem, if there is an earthquake, if there is a fire, my guess is going to be those organizations, in addition, I hope, to the fire district, that's going to keep us together. When we had the electric power outage back in 2019, it wasn't the town that stepped up and made sure that people had food, or that our seniors or other people who had medical issues or needed refrigeration had their medication in a refrigerated area or had access to it. It was organizations like the ones I just mentioned and neighbors. It's not necessarily the town's role to perform those functions, but it is an important function. And those organizations will also, particularly the religious and the HOA, will have an important role in issues such as ADUs. And many HOAs haven't permitted them in the past. That's going to change. That has changed. And for the religious organizations, there's increased flexibility for development of housing options. Being able to have those organizations organized and be available and be thoughtful and also to be able to have a touch point to the CERTs in town, the emergency organizations, is only going to help us, particularly if we have more people in town and potentially increased risk associated with it. Services and infrastructure, housing element program. Question is, if we have 15%, 20% more people in town, what does that look like from a level of service perspective? We talked about level of service and traffic going from A to D. I don't think that's what we're facing, but it'd be healthy to understand what the increased tensions may be. Finally, in the finance, so again, it's a housing element item. Does touch on CEQA broadly, but I think that it could live in the housing element after at least talking with Commissioner Brothers. We have 32 programs in the housing element, most of which are going to be funded or state they're funded from general revenue. But we don't have a budget associated with any of those. And we are in deficit spending as it is, or we're bringing down our treasure as it is right now. And we're going to need to think about what is the funding that we have, what is the funding that we're going to be we're obligating, and how are we going to go about addressing that. That may mean additional revenue streams. I don't have a particular view because I don't know what the cost is at this point in time or what our projected revenues are. But we thought that it would be prudent as we're moving forward to make sure that that item is also incorporated. Again, the basic point here is to recognize that CEQA as a law isn't an everything else statute. There are very particular things that CEQA is meant to do and meant to reveal. It doesn't address what would be a less than significant impact, even though it feels pretty significant on the ground. Level of service D is not where we want to be, even though it may be a less than significant impact. There are also a handful of items here that are just prudential. We ought to do it. It'll make the process of implementation better, smoother. We also finally had an approach here, say, those are an awful lot of committees that we're forming. And there are a lot of committees. I hope that we won't be forming all those committees. I hope that we'll be able to rely on existing committees to the extent that we can. But it's important for the town to be making decisions directly and to give ourselves enough time to actually work through it. This has been a heroic effort on the part of staff. And it's been pretty unpleasant, I bet, at times. And it's been challenging to, notwithstanding the number of meetings that have taken place, to have certain decisions. We're just talking about which maps we're using. There could have been an awful lot of discussion around that. Time didn't permit, decisions were made. And this is a way to bring the issues that we're confronting back to closer to a grassroots kind of level. And we need to give ourselves enough time to be able to make that happen. And that's
Mr. Targ, when you, oh, sorry, I thought you were through. Sorry.
I can be done.
I just wanted to say that what I don't think either of us said explicitly, I would feel much more comfortable approving the ISMND with this included in the administrative record. And as Nicholas said, it can be included in the MMRP. And I think that's what we are proposing. And as Nicholas says, Commissioner Targ went through, some of this is a little vague. To some extent that's on purpose, but I think if you step back and remember this whole housing element and the statewide mandate that we received, they didn't mandate us to look at the impacts. They didn't give us the resources to look at the impacts. And we got there a little bit with CEQA, but this we think is a process to get us the rest of the way. And I'm happy to hear any discussion that any of our other members have.
Hi, you all. Thank you for that. And let's not have discussion now. If any of the commissioners have clarifying questions for Linda and Nicholas, now would be the time for that. Is anybody,
Just one
John, do
thing.
you have questions for them? Oh,
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
through the chair.
Yes,
Folks in the room, make sure you're speaking into your mic. I did get one comment over email that it was a little bit hard to hear.
I see
So,
me in particular. Okay.
So Commissioner
Thank you.
Targ, if you could be careful to speak into your mic if you answer any more or have any more statements.
Okay, thank you. No, I find that with all the Zoom meetings, people in the schoolhouse sometimes sort of drift away from their mics. Let's see, John, do you have any questions for Linda and Nicholas?
I do. Actually, I think I've got
Okay.
quite a few here. And I
Okay, go
shut me
ahead.
off if I start getting into discussion because but I
Okay.
think I got the questions separated. So one of the things I just wanted to confirm, and I think you guys already said it, but I just want it and make sure that in the record that we got this straight, which is there's nothing in here that is intended to block the submission of our housing element to the state. Is that, I've got that straight, don't I?
Yes.
Perfect. And then, one of the things that came up, I think a lot of these things would get done naturally, but they certainly doesn't hurt to call them out. But is there anything of these various items here that you two thought, is something that wouldn't happen if we didn't mention it? I'm trying to get your priorities and highlights there. What is there something particular you'd want to stress to the town council in these items, or is it just all of them?
Mr. Targ, you want to take a shot at that?
Yeah, sure. The first item, the CEQA guidelines and thresholds. And again, that's not meant to delay, is frankly meant to strengthen the implementation here. I'd like to think that the GP, the zoning design review would happen pretty naturally. Housing inventory, the piece that might not happen as quickly, and in our view should be on the boards, is to initiate the planning cycle initiate the thinking about the planning cycle initiate planning for the next cycle. Third time's the charm. I'd like to thank Commissioner Brothers that the safety mitigation would occur through the safety committee. I would certainly think civic engagement would not happen. service and infrastructure would happen when you feel it. This might be a little bit more proactive. And I and Linda truly hope that we would have a heartfelt conversation about what the budget is and how we're going to pay for all of this. So I think that there are many of these that would happen pretty naturally within some time frame. There are a handful of others that might not. Commissioner Brothers?
Yes, I'd like to underscore what you said, but John, I think another point in my mind here is that the rate of growth of this town has never been 20% in 5 or 6 years or whatever this is going to turn out to be. We have this housing element and it'll get put in place and who knows what will happen. But at some point we might just be so up against a wall that if we haven't done this planning for that moment now, and if we haven't evaluated these impacts now, it's going to get harder and harder to do. So for me, it's putting this all into context. I mean, your question was what would happen with or without this? These things may happen anyway, but will they happen with an eye towards the relatively rapid growth that this town is going to face? And I would say probably unprecedented growth, although I don't know the rate of growth of this town. I know there's very few big jumps in the number of housing units. So I think I can't really say what would or would not happen, but the context here is to make sure it will happen in the context of the impacts of this housing element.
Okay, and then let's see, kind of skipping. So on your specific one on the CEQA guidelines, you mentioned kind of the 1 second on as a specific example, 1 second on a evacuation plan, which isn't something that would be likely to happen. Do you have any examples as to something in there that you think would be likely to happen in terms of a threshold for our local specific CEQA stuff?
Sure. I think that we absolutely would have a evacuation plan threshold. May not be quantitative, but what I can say is that what is presently in Appendix G of the CEQA guidelines, which is where the thresholds live, is a quite open-ended, not descriptive, very soft form of a threshold, which in part is the reason why the AG came out with, here are the things that you should think about as you're going through, because the Appendix G guidelines pertaining to wildfire and evacuation are perhaps not as strong as they could be. And it is particularly germane to us, given the confluence of fire, weak road infrastructure, and earthquake and seismic risk that we're living with. And the chances are, if we're going to have a serious issue, I would suspect, or the most serious issue, we're going to have all of those things come to play at the same time. And so we could do something about that in our thinking about what our thresholds look like. With respect to aesthetics, aesthetics are, we've had discussion within this body just in last month about what the thresholds of significance are. We could probably do a little better than what Appendix G says. Now, mind you, we're going to be not inconsistent with Appendix G because we can't be. But we can be more exacting with respect to that. And those would be examples. You know, we could talk about recreation and access to open space. 20% more people. What does that actually mean? What does that look like? How does it feel? And we could have an appropriate Portola Valley threshold. Again, we weren't thinking that we'll be original, but other people may have something that's better than what the generic thresholds have. And if there isn't, we can't think of anything, should leave well enough alone.
Okay, that's good. In the second one on the general plan, where you were talking about objective standards, is that kind of were you sort of thinking more of the ASCC kind of objective standards and sort of aligning with, you know, the state is more and more asking for objective standards in those areas? Was that part of what you were driving at?
For the objective standards, that's exactly what we were thinking about. We have really have a variety of guidelines that are smart, thought through, developed over the last many years, and may or may not be as enforceable as we would like them to be. How's that for an open-ended statement? But we can sharpen them up and we can keep the town looking and feeling like Portola Valley.
Okay, next one I think is more discussion. Oh, yeah, those are discussion. Sorry, on your skipping down a couple under the engage community and civic engagement, you specifically called out the Emergency Preparedness Committee, which sort of then in your verbal discussion, you talk more about disaster planning and earthquakes and food and medicine and things like that. But was that only limited to the Emergency Preparedness Committee in your thinking about engaging the HOAs and things like that?
I'd be disappointed if it were. I think that there are other communities, other committees that would be highly relevant as well, including the Equity Committee, for example.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, John. How about you, Ronnie? Do you have any clarifying questions for Nicholas and Linda?
For the local CEQA thresholds, you called out 4 areas specifically: the aesthetics, parks and rec, public services, and wildfires. Is that, just wondering why those 4 areas? Is that the way that local CEQA thresholds work, or you just thought those were the most applicable?
Linda and I were sitting around over the telephone and shooting with that and said, "What do you think?" And went through the subject matter areas and said, "Hey, this looks right. We're not wedded to it." I mean,
I want to emphasize that we're not necessarily wedded to those. Those were ones we could very specifically remember specific comments on. And I know you all are not, you know, sleeping with your CEQA guidelines and remembering Appendix G, but it goes through almost 24 different items. So certainly I think one thing that we might include there is traffic, although there have been a lot of traffic studies recently, but you know, we're not wedded to just those for sure.
Okay.
I think if we're going to do some internal town CEQA guidelines, they need to be probably not include everything that's in Appendix G, but we should certainly read through Appendix G and say, oh yeah, we got one of those. So I'd guess just seat of the pants that we'd probably be looking at about a dozen different categories.
For the safety item, did you consider recommending that apply to an update to the safety element itself rather than the ISMD?
Linda, do you want that?
Good question. I don't have anything off the top of my head that would go either way on that.
So I can tell you from my perspective that we're going to see the safety element come out, and that's on a distinct pathway. I think that we would anticipate having a charge be made by council, probably to the safety element, perhaps to another group of people to supplement as well. But we have, I think neither one of us are much for establishing new committees when we already have a good and solid committee. Could maybe stand to be supplemented by different perspectives, as we saw earlier this evening. But in the first instance, a lot of the response here is to what's going to come through and come out of as a result of the safety element, as a result of the maps that will be coming out as well. So in an earlier iteration of this, we had the committee being formed after the safety element and the maps were issued.
Can I just clarify my question? It's not about the committee, it's about the recommendation to apply it as a mitigation measure in the MMRP versus recommending that it apply to the safety element program.
Oh, I see. So the idea here is we're adding 20% more people, or 17% more people, and therefore a mitigation would be, and again, going beyond what CEQA requires, is that these things would actually happen. We would consider what a 20% increase would look like as a coming off of the increase in the population, and therefore the safety element, the maps, the consideration of how 20% more people would impact those items would in fact be a mitigation that goes beyond CEQA to this ISMND. So that's the reason why it's included as a MIC here.
Okay. On the services and infrastructure, could another, do you think it could also work to apply those to individual projects rather than trying to initiate those discussions with the service providers right now ahead of the project?
From my perspective, and Commissioner Brothers may see things differently, it's a yes and. And the reason why it's the and portion is because there's a cumulative impact. And unless you understand what the 20% plus looks like, you won't necessarily be able to have an individual project be able to pay into supporting those services in an appropriate way for an additional mitigation. There, you may find yourself a little bit drifting. And it's not going to be the first project, it's not going to be the second project, but maybe it's a fifth project that comes along that you say, ouch, I'm at level D. And the goal here is to avoid stumbling into level of service D, but to plan for it.
Ronnie, I didn't hear all of your question, but I think Commissioner Targ reminds me, so much of what we were looking at here were cumulative impacts. We don't want to get to the situation where we have the last 5 housing units go in and suddenly realize for the first 247, we missed some projects or we missed some impacts. And so I think our point here is to try to look at them more holistically in a planning fashion. I don't think that excludes things happening at a project level, if I understood what you're asking correctly. But I think it's more anticipating how those pieces are going to go together.
Is it okay now to also ask questions to staff? So yeah, one question I have is just what is the practical impact like right now over the next weeks and months as we try to submit this, if we were to try to add these either as mitigation measures to the MMRP or to programs in the housing element? Do you think it would impact our submission timeline and meeting the deadlines that we're aiming for?
So for integration in the housing element programs, we have time to do that. The Planning Commission would have to be very focused in its recommendations to be able to integrate them, to bring them to the council for the council's consideration. And we want to be thoughtful about the fact that when we put something in the housing element, the state HCD thinks of it as a contract with them. And so we have to perform those things and report on it. So that may be the council's intent. Do you know what I mean? To integrate these things as a contract with HCD, or the council may wish to think of other ways to make a commitment to do the things that you might recommend. If something is in the MMRP, I'll let the legal counsel speak to kind of any specifics around this, Cara and Rick, but the hope is that the Planning Commission would be able to make, consider the resolution to adopt the ISMND and the recommendation to adopt the ISMND and the MMRP tonight. And so there might be challenges in things like wordsmithing, or we would need an approach to address the specifics of that. So it is possible. There's just kind of devil in the details of making sure we can get the wording the way we want it and that there's time allocated to do that, or a process where people could do that by subcommittee or some other way.
So if we think the ISMND is adequate and that there are not significant unmitigated issues, I guess in staff's opinion, is it appropriate to put in to still put in other mitigation mitigation measures beyond what is necessary to reduce the impacts? And maybe combined with that, if there are these things that we think are important that we think should happen, would there be other alternatives other than putting it in to sort of make them happen?
So as a planner, I do have some discomfort because we're just talking about where we all are, right? That's kind of the theme of tonight. I do have some discomfort with items being in the MMRP that were not a result of the CEQA analysis. And that's mostly because of how I've seen CEQA implemented. And so sometimes when you're doing something new or different, right, there's some discomfort around that. And so I do have some discomfort because I don't know exactly how we would implement that and how we would get to the level of specificity in the language that everyone would feel comfortable with when we develop mitigation measures to address specific environmental impacts. We know what we're trying to address, and we have really good best practices to be able to address those types of impacts. When we're writing something that's fresh, every word matters in an MMRP. And so I haven't seen that done before. I haven't seen that kind of language added to an MMRP that is created by a planning commission. And so this planning commission in the past has certainly created a lot of language and written a lot of ordinance and has done a lot of that work. I'm a little unclear on how we would actually do that. And then I would ask Kara to chime in on the kind of legal aspects of including those items into the MMRP.
Yeah, okay.
Sure. So as I understand the items that have been designated for inclusion in the MMRP, they are not required mitigation measures to mitigate an impact for purposes of approving the mitigated negative declaration. They are measures that go above and beyond what is required by CEQA. So if we can come up with and craft some type of separate document that is attached to the MMRP that very clearly describes the purpose for these additional measures, I think that there would not be as much of a legal problem. However, if these measures were not somehow separated from the true CEQA mitigation measures, if this were challenged, I don't know how a court would view these additional measures. It would be, I would think, very confusing. It could also be confusing, as Laura mentioned, to implement them. Typically, CEQA mitigation measures are implemented before the project is constructed. And so, but the many of the measures that are being proposed tonight seem to envision being completed even after some of these projects go online. Because they could take a few years to come up with, say, local CEQA thresholds of significance. So I think that also adds just a layer of confusion. And so I think that when we spell all of these out, we would have to have a very clear understanding of how they are to be implemented, as opposed to the other measures that are true mitigation measures.
If I may, these are true mitigation measures. We included footnote 2 to expressly identify that CEQA does allow mitigation measures that go beyond what CEQA requires. I certainly included in my practice mitigation measures that go beyond what CEQA requires as a demonstration and as a commitment to sustainability and to health and welfare. So this is not a novel issue. It's expressly recognized by the CEQA guidelines, putting it in a form that avoids or that clarifies that it goes beyond what CEQA requires is easy to do. We put them in a different color and dropped a note. It is not a hard or difficult thing to do. You can certainly work on language. If you look at the second to last sentence in the cover, it recognizes this. It's actually the last, no, second to last. as an organizational matter. If adopted, we would propose that staff appropriately incorporate the measures in the mitigation, monitoring, reporting plan, and revise the language for consistency. Some of the items would go in the, could simply go into the housing element as marked, but there from a legal standpoint, certainly from my perspective, and I defer to Commissioner Brothers, these elements strengthen the ISMND by identifying and further providing mitigation to the document. It can only help to strengthen both the intent of CEQA and could provide some additional protection. So
Yeah, I would certainly agree. I see this as only strengthening CEQA. CEQA sets a floor, and we could argue that the ISMND meets the floor, but it doesn't prohibit you from doing more. The town could have done more in and of itself. But this is a way that some of us will get more into some details, can agree with what has been done and support its legal sufficiency. But in fact, what we are doing here is bulletproofing the CEQA document by saying, remember our discussion last meeting about why wasn't this programmatic? Why wasn't this project? I mean, what we're proposing here starts to heal some of those holes, or starts to put a fix in, or caulks the holes, or whatever you want, however you want to phrase the language. So I vehemently object that this to any inference that this underscores the ISMND, and emphatically state that it strengthens it, and I would say helps bulletproof it for all sorts of reasons, not just for litigation defense. I think I would underscore also, this is not unprecedented, excuse me, point number 2. I mean, for the CEQA regs to identify this situation means that it's come up many times and has probably been pretty thoroughly litigated, although I didn't go back and do the research on that. So there's no reason to think that this is an unprecedented approach. I do agree that, you know, we haven't drafted this in the detailed language, that's something that's been overviewed by dozens of people on your team, Laura, and had public comment on, may not have the same level of precision, but I think the concepts are pretty clear, and in the time available to us, we really couldn't do it. And I just want to reiterate that we're doing this to strengthen the CEQA document. And to me, it's really indispensable that as a town and as a planning commission, that we do something like this.
I'd only note that is actually with Urban Planning Partners, who is the CEQA consultant here on the project, that we included additional project features in the MMRP. They know how to do it.
Shall we go back to you, Ronnie? Do you have further questions for staff or?
How common is it for municipalities to have local CEQA guidelines? Say like in the Bay Area, do most cities or towns have that?
Everybody has guidelines of some form, and then most cities have at least some thresholds of significance that are locally adopted. And so it varies by the community. There's different general plan policies, or sometimes things are formally adopted as CEQA thresholds. So we've had conversations about adopting a transportation of VMT threshold, for example. So a lot of cities have at least some, and then some really small communities don't have any.
And we currently don't have any.
Well, we have some kind of by inference, but we don't have any that we've formally taken through a adoption process.
um, on the recommendation around the general plan zoning and design review, part of it is having objective design standards. And I guess I'm a little bit unclear. I thought that we're already adding some objective design standards as part of the housing element.
We
Uh,
are, that's correct.
Okay, I think that's all for you.
Okay, I have a few more questions. I had to follow up on this. I'm unclear on the enforcement mechanisms. If we included it in a program, I think Laura said then the state or HCD views that as a contract with them. So I guess the enforcement mechanism, if we wanted to change things or if they became not relevant, is that we would risk being out of compliance on our housing element if we had things in there and then decided not to do them for some reason. Is that right?
Yes, that's our interpretation of the conversations that we've had from HCD and the meetings that we've been in. It's not clear though at this time what that would mean if we're not in compliance with the programs in our housing element. Different
I
than
see.
we have known consequences if we're not in compliance with the RENA numbers in our housing element.
Right. Okay. Mhm. And then what's the enforcement mechanism on these mitigation measures? It's that a private citizen could sue the town if we were not doing all the mitigations that we listed, and then we might lose a lawsuit if we had things listed there that we hadn't done.
That's my
What's the-
understanding. Cara and Rick, can you speak to that?
And Carl, if
Yeah.
you can also discuss in your experience the number of times you've seen a writ be enforced with respect to a CEQA mitigation measure as a practical matter.
So let's see, that is a way that a mitigation measure can be enforced. Typically what happens though is the town enforces the mitigation measures. And so, a project just couldn't move forward unless the mitigation measures were addressed. And I see Rick popped on. So Rick, do you have anything further to add on that issue?
Yeah, I'm not aware that adding the mitigation measure to the mitigation monitoring program would make it enforceable by a member of the public or give it a status different than having it in the general plan or somewhere else. I've listened to the whole conversation. I share the discomfort that's been expressed by Laura and Cara about putting it in the MMRP, but I think it's fine for the Planning Commission to sort of recommend that, and we can sort of further assess that if that's what you think is appropriate. I don't like doing that, particularly in the context of a negative deck. I think it does potentially create some questions and clouds over the CEQA defensibility. But I don't think adding it to the MMRP would make it any more enforceable as a by citizen suit.
I see. I was just wondering, what the, what's the motivation to put it somewhere? What's the mechanism that makes sure it gets done, as opposed to just putting it on the town council's list and they'll figure out the priorities? This seems a little awkward to me. I understand that on a project, if there's mitigated factors, as Cara said, that then the town says, well, you can't do your project till you do this. That seems straightforward. But these are more holistic, and it's the town is the one responsible for doing them. So the town polices itself.
Honestly, including them as policies in the general plan, it gives them more weight than anything else. I mean, because the general plan, the town in making its decisions has to act consistent with general plan policies. There's room for interpretation, but just having them in the general plan is what would give them whatever teeth they would have.
I see. Okay, thank you. Nicholas, you kind of joked that this was a lot of committees, and I have to say that was my reaction. Wow, so many work groups. Is it possible to make one work group for this work as opposed to many, many work groups and committees?
I'll defer to Commissioner Brothers. From my perspective, there are many work groups because there's much, you want to have people with specific expertise. My supposition is that there are already existing committees that could be identified by council to fulfill that role. They may require some additional cross-pollination or some additional direction or scope, but I would certainly be disappointed if we ended up with a half dozen committees coming out of this.
And we debated this amongst ourselves and thought about, a small committee or a subgroup of the Planning Commission, somebody to sort of oversee pieces of this. But as Commissioner Targ points out, it requires a lot of different pieces to work effectively and a lot of people who have expertises that others don't. And I want to go back to your questions on enforceability. I think all of the things we wrote here arise out of topics that were addressed in the ISMND. And that's why we feel like that's the appropriate place to put it. I hear other comments, and when I look at all the public record that we have, and it just seems to me it's part of that package. And we were bothered by the number of pieces here. And like I said, we went around a couple of times and couldn't come up with a better way to do it. It's not to say there isn't, it's just that in the time available to us, we couldn't come up with it. So I understand that. And then we tried also to pare it down to what were the topics. We tried different approach. Can we just say the topics and then this topic goes here and this topic goes there? And again, on the time available to us, we really couldn't do it. But I understand your concern, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
And then on the service providers, can you list out the service providers you're envisioning this having to work with or figure out?
Sure. Some of them, for example, would be the Woodside Fire Protection District. Comes to mind. The potentially water, although I believe that we've just upgraded our water system, would have been 3 or 4 years ago. It's a little bit of a COVID question. But those are the folks that come pretty swiftly to
I kind of wanted the complete list. Is these two or the whole list?
No, I think that we would probably want to sit down and take a look at the extent of the list. There are, again, committees and there are staff who have expertise in what kind of headroom exists within each of the service areas. And we would certainly want to avail ourselves to the expertise that exists and that's beyond the two of us. And I would guess the other members of the Planning Commission as well.
Yeah, I just can't think of much. It didn't seem worthy of a whole bullet point. If you had a long list of people that needed to be figured out, I'd understand. But for me, it's fire and the sheriff.
That we can add sheriff to that as well.
Yeah, I added that. I'm asking why you made this a whole bullet point when it's two things.
Well, and it's fire, sheriff. It's trying to figure out what additional sanitary needs would be, given that we have a standing policy to get folks in town on sewage rather than on septic. There are drainage kinds of things. So we could, if you wanted to, we could go and do this now, but
No,
there's
no, that's
there's
enough.
a range
I
of
got enough.
services that
It-
that really ought to be just analyzed to make sure that we don't end up with a LOS, a level of service D. And the answer,
Okay.
and maybe we don't need it. And that'd be cool.
Yeah.
And then we could put it to rest and say, Don, thanks very much. You're good.
Yeah. That's great. This other one's kind of high level, but it is in my mind, and I have a feeling that Nicholas and Linda, you've thought about this. It made me think about what topics are suitable for a town council to have responsibility for versus topics that a planning commission should have responsibility for. Did you all think about that and think about which kind of big topics for the town should be made by the town council as opposed to kind of, let me call it, pushed up to them from the planning commission?
Definitely. We definitely spoke about that.
Mhm.
And
Go ahead and
and
talk to me
the
about that.
thinking is, as Commissioner Brothers has said, the important thing to recognize is the reason why we're attentive to these items is because they flow from impacts from the housing element. These are impacts from the housing element. We're working on the ISMND, and as planning commissioners, we're in a position to say, well, it looks like we ought to be planning for fill in the blank. And we recognized upfront that there are going to be staff commitments, there are financial commitments, there are priorities. And we were, the two of us were feeling modest, which may not happen enough. And we left in blanks as to times when they would happen because the resources and the time in which they would happen seems like a quintessential council kind of issue. The other thought is that as a planning commission, at least, Commissioner Brothers, you may feel differently. I see part of our job is to identify issues, to raise them, to ventilate, to chew on them, create a record, and then council can do whatever council would like as
Okay.
officials. And
Mhm.
they, we get to make recommendations, but
Mhm.
we, as I say, we aren't the deciders.
Right. Okay, that makes sense to me. Thanks. I think that's all my clarifying questions right now. I could use a bio break. How about other people? I think our next topic is an update from staff on changes to the ISMND. How about if we take a 5-minute break and then come back on that topic? Then we'll take public comments on all these topics. Then we'll discuss and decide things. Poof,
5 minutes.
5 minutes. So it's 9:41. We'll be back at 9:46.
Hey, everybody. It's a little hard for me to see if everybody's back in the schoolhouse. But I think so.
We're just waiting for Commissioner Targ.
Okay, great.
We're just waiting for Commissioner Targ.
Is Commissioner Targ in the house? Oops.
Okay, so this is the third part of the presentation portion. I'm going to go a little bit on the short side in the interest of time, and please feel free to ask questions when we're done. We don't cover everything you need. So this is just a reminder of what we've all been talking about tonight, that the CEQA purpose is really to inform. And I think that in that regard, we've been successful and gotten exactly the kind of conversations going that we needed to get going. So we're thinking of that as a real positive for this process. So you all know that we've produced the response to comments document. You saw it at the last meeting. We've made a couple of changes. We added a table of contents. And so that is back in the packet for your consideration. You know what's in here. We talked about this last time. And we've been talking so much about the MMRP, right? That's this table. So we're putting things in there. Are we putting things another place? This is what we're talking about, the MMRP. Then new items. So based on the January 24th Planning Commission discussion, we added some clarifications to the response to comments memo. So we added that table of contents to make it easier. We clarified that the builder's remedy is technically outside of the CEQA process. So there's some, you saw some red line language in just a few places within the document. And we updated master response number 5 to clarify that the analysis included both the CAL FIRE and the Moritz maps, as well as the study by the consultant from Deer Creek Resources, that's our fire consultant, and the preliminary analysis that the fire marshal mentioned from Flame Mapper. Then there were a number of things that the Planning Commission discussed that we wanted to give you some more information on. So the first one is related to potential aesthetic impacts. And these items are from your staff report. I'm sure that you've read them, but what we wanted to give you was a little bit more information on what our thinking was when we were making those different determinations of whether there was impacts or not. So this is some of the criteria that we were looking at when we were looking at aesthetic impacts based on the existing development pattern. We've got a couple of multifamily developments that have been found to blend reasonably well into the community. And then we looked at the town's general plan policies and then also considered that Dorothy Ford Field Park and open space is owned by the town. And so the town would control that project design. And then on Parks and Recreation, CEQA evaluates impacts to Parks and Recreation, mostly about the physical impacts related from construction of new facilities or facilities meeting performance standards or a negative impact on the facility due to the level of use. And so just an increase in users is not a determinant. It's not automatically an impact when you're looking at Parks and Recreation. And then we looked at the general plan, which has standards, and we confirmed that the proposal meets those standards within the general plan. For the county sheriff's review, we gave you the email chain where we reached out to them to ask for additional information. And so we gave them that detailed description. They said that they did not see any problem with those questions that we asked them. And so the housing element, this whole project overall, would not result in the need for additional staff or facilities. And then just of note, the staffing and the response times fall outside of the CEQA scope. Then there was questions about the population data and how those numbers were used. There are two different numbers in the ISMND. We confirmed that that's not a mistake. So we used population numbers for informational purposes only from 2020. And then the analysis is based on 2022 numbers that included the 2020 census. So we did not think that there's any impact on the analysis that's included in the ISMND. And so we appreciate that opportunity to double check, but we did double check and we think that the analysis was done on the correct numbers. It was interesting for us to remember and reflect upon the fact that the population numbers show a decrease in residents. We have different kind of hypotheses about why that might be. There's not a clear answer. There might be some financial and tax reasons that some people were doing that over the last couple of years, change in household compositions, changes in behavior due to the pandemic, some combination of all those things. We can't be sure. And then next steps, the Planning Commission is aware that I've reached out to you to try to confirm the next date. You are all available on March 6th. So we will be having the next Planning Commission on March 6th. That's confirmed. All planning commissioners are required to be here in person in the schoolhouse. So that will be the first time in 3 years that we have done that. And at that time, we're going to ask the Planning Commission to consider a resolution recommending that the town council adopt the housing element and the conforming general plan amendments. And then we go into a series of town council meetings. We expect those to be 3 Wednesdays in a row where they can consider this information that you've been talking about and then come to their own conclusions with the thought that they could adopt the housing element, the conforming general plan amendments, and the ISMND on March 29th. As a reminder, the safety element is currently under committee review and is on its own schedule. And the Planning Commission review for that is to be determined sometime soon after March. So that concludes that portion, speedy part of the presentation. Happy to take any questions on this section and looking forward to it. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Laura. Okay, commissioners, any of you have clarifying questions for Laura on this part? I see no from John. I think that was a no from Linda. Ronnie, that's a no. And Nicholas, the camera's, you're too small for me to see if your head's waving. Do you have any questions?
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, and neither do I. Okay. So I think we're to the point where we'll be very glad to take public input on these topics that will help us, or be some more things we can think about as we deliberate, which will come after the public comments. Are there any comments, hands up in the schoolhouse? I'll take that as a no.
No, wait, I'm
see-
sorry. We have 4 people in the schoolhouse and we have a hand up for public comments.
Okay, great. Oh, good. How about if that person in the schoolhouse goes ahead and makes their comment? Oh, people know we have a 3-minute limit for each speaker, but shorter is always okay.
Rusty Day, thank you very much. And I want to particularly commend Commissioner Targ and Commissioner Brothers. There's a lot that we could talk about tonight to question or explain to you why you should not accept the ISMND. But what they've come up with is a solution that's geared to a pathway to approve it. And I think that's very constructive and very helpful. And in order to understand how helpful it is, though, you have to understand how much in need of improvement it is. And there's no better example of that than the testimony you heard tonight from Fire Marshal Bullard. It was very refreshing to finally see a candid exchange of views play out, or at least to begin to play out before the commission. The question he didn't answer and wasn't asked is, do you agree that there is no significant effect of these proposed changes on wildfire hazard and risk in town that doesn't require mitigation? And I think you ought to ask him that question. You ought to hear what he has to say. I think what I heard him say was, no, He does not agree that there's no significant effect without mitigation. Indeed, while he doesn't want to take a position on where or how you should develop, there are very many mitigations that should be adopted. And I think he was quite clear about that. And I think it's important to understand why these are mitigations. These aren't work plans for future work. These are steps that need to be taken before any of the changes that are being proposed go into effect. What was with first and most important mitigation we talked about? No precedential effect. This ISMMD's assessment on the effect on wildfire hazard and risk, no significant effect, cannot have any precedential effect on future development because he doesn't agree with it. And why doesn't he agree with it? Because it's not based on the Moritz map, because it's not based on an accurate and candid assessment of hazard and risk. If it were based on a candid assessment of hazard and risk, Ms. Russell told us there could be no development in town. Wrong. If you base this on Moritz and you did a candid assessment of hazard and risk, you would then understand what mitigations are needed. It's not that there can't be development in town. It's that there can't be risky or hazardous development in town. You need to mitigate the hazard. You need to mitigate the risk. And Fire Marshal Bullard gave you a preliminary list of the important mitigations that are required. And the first one was, don't accept this ISMMD and the superficial analysis that it's done to preclude any future assessment. Don't take away from me the power and the responsibility to assess the impact each development project is going to have on wildfire hazard and risk. Second thing he said, take the policies that are very forward-looking, the laudatory policies that are in the safety element, and move them into the municipal code. Codify them. Give them teeth. Make them real. What was the third
Okay, thanks, Rusty.
What was the third thing that he said? He said, zoning, spell out what the changes are so we can assess what the impacts are, but don't make zoning changes that increase density without mitigation. What's the mitigation? Either minimum separation distance, that could protect, but if you can't do that, non-combustible construction. That's not Chapter 7A. Chapter 7A doesn't give you non-combustible construction. Serious non-combustible construction means getting rid of wood framing so that when you're putting structures in very close proximity and building high-density fuels in hazardous lands, you make sure you're not building a firebomb.
Great,
So I
thanks,
strongly
Rusty.
commend
We're
what you're
over the 3 minutes. Hate to say it.
Yep. I strongly commend what you're doing, and I strongly urge you to insist that they be mitigations adopted so that they have teeth, they have effect. You're having a contract with the HCD, you also have a contract with the residents in this town to protect their safety. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else in the schoolhouse want to talk?
Yes, we have another hand in the schoolhouse.
Okay, great.
Is this on? Thank you. There's been some confusion about the Moritz methodology, and there shouldn't be, because Ray Moritz himself addressed the wildfire committee last year, and he described his methodology. He said that both he and CAL FIRE based their analysis on vegetative fuels only. Neither included structural or non-natural fuels. From there, their methodologies diverged. CAL FIRE used a very coarse resolution that effectively averaged away the very topographical features that most contribute to our hazard. Moritz used high spatial resolution with ground verification. CAL FIRE's treatment of topography was crude. It simply categorized, dichotomized areas into, according to their slope, greater than or less than 20%. Moritz used 5 slope categories, 0 to 10, 10 to 20, and so on, up to 15 greater. Moritz considered the direction that the slope faced. CAL FIRE didn't. Moritz considered complex topographical features such as chimneys, ascending drainages. CAL FIRE ignored those. Moritz incorporated weather effects. He based his analysis on typical winds and humidity of the Diablo wind season. Moritz considered the threat that topography imposes on evacuation routes. His words, those ascending drainages have a great impact on flame length and therefore fire intensity and the rate of spread of fire upslope. So in Portola Valley, we were very concerned about emergency response and evacuation routes being cut off by the fast moving fire ascending drainages. But this isn't how Moritz's analysis was presented to the Planning Commission. I can't quote the planning director from today's session, but on the 24th, she said, the Moritz maps are based only on vegetation, and vegetation is a part of the equation that can change, unlike topography and weather and wind, which are things we don't have control over and are hard to change. We wouldn't want to base all of our land use policies on factors that can change over time, but Moritz based his hazard analysis on the very factors that the planning director claimed he ignored. The taxpayers of Portola Valley funded Moritz's rigorous, exhaustive study of fire hazard. All fire safety authorities then and now agree that Moritz's assessment is the best we have. That's why it appears in our current housing element as the official reference of our fire hazard. That's why fire safety policies in our safety element are based on it. But the Planning Commission and the public have been systematically misinformed by staff and council members. We've been falsely told that Moritz only considered vegetation, that the Moritz fire hazard analysis is merely a catalog of vegetation types. We've been told that replacing the obviously superior Moritz map with the words of the fire district unsafe and inaccurate CAL FIRE map imparts no significant impact on our safety. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Bob. Let's see. Next, I'll take Zoom callers. Rita Gomez.
Thank you for taking my comment. First, I want to say how much I appreciate the work that the Commissioners Targ and Brothers put into digging into this process. I also really appreciate Fire Marshal Bullard staying in the meeting till the end. I don't know when the end's going to be, but I just want to say that I'm a little confused. On the agenda, it speaks of adoption of a resolution tonight. This meeting is finally including the fire district in the conversation. The new commissioners are in the conversation and also the residents. But it seems to be that this meeting is about rubber stamping what is already written with a chance of addendums in the future. I'm so happy to finally hear from Woodside Fire, but it seems that Portola Valley has hired some experts that, based on some of the comments I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, the planning department feels that they know more than the fire department. And those Woodside Fire Department suggestions are overruled. I depend on the expertise of Woodside Fire to help me and my family in an emergency. The recent death and destruction in Turkey should remind us all that the best intentions of building ordinances are only as good if exceptions and sidestepping doesn't happen. The ISMD will ignore regulations that should not be ignored. These exceptions will not keep us or the new Portola residents safe. There's a reason that there are CEQA guidelines. There's a reason that the residents trust and pay for our incredible, competent fire department. That's the experts right there that I pay for. I also, I guess, pay for the consultants, but I pay for the fire department more. Probably not right at this point. The Moritz maps cannot be unseen. You know, we're talking trees, underbrush, but we're also talking homes. You know, there are a lot of homes on those locations on that map, and it can't be unseen. And that is just more combustion, cars, you know, lawn equipment, whatever it might be. And those sites increase the risk that are on those particular sites on that map. And if someone has their house on that map, you know, it can't be unseen. Is our town council and planning commission listening to the residents that have been speaking up? Will this document be updated with the comments from tonight before it's moved on to the town council? It really doesn't seem like it. It seems like this is a, you know, a rubber stamp meeting. But I hope that the suggestions from Fire Marshal Bullard are considered and included, not sidestepped, please. We pay a lot of money to that department to keep us safe. And I don't see how anyone that we've hired in consultants can overrule the commitment that we have with the Woodside Fire Department. Thank you.
Thanks, Rita. Next, we have John Silver.
Okay, I hope I'm unmuted. Thank you.
Mark.
First off, I want to join in thanking Commissioners Targ and Brothers for their work. And I do think the work that was previously done by Commissioner Targ and then Commissioner Taylor to introduce, I apologize, I have a friend in the background who wants to put in his barking comments to this meeting. And I hope it's not too audible. Anyway, but I'm going to soldier on and try to do it quickly before my time expires. I'm not seeing the clock and, oh, now I do, good. Anyway, back to business. I'm really glad that we have the sunrise provision because I'm hoping there are things we can do that are creative that may involve very small units that could help us meet our state mandated obligations with far less environmental impact. And I used to work to cut the number of dwelling units possible in our town. But I've long since learned that not all dwelling units are equal in their environmental impact. You're going to have a lot more traffic from a large McMansion than you are from a tiny ADU or a tiny townhouse or apartment. I heard a story today on NPR about Tokyo, about 95 square foot apartments in Tokyo. That's hard to imagine. We could allow something 3 times that big that would seem palatial, but would provide housing for people that need it. By the way, just on a factual point, we're talking about increases in Portola Valley's population. I happened to finally find my 1947 atlas, which I inherited from my parents. And it lists, now this would have been according, I believe, to the 1940 census, but the population of Portola Valley, let me find the line, 338. I think that's around 7% of our current population, give or take a little. I didn't have time to do the exact math, but talk about the growth that happened in California and Portola Valley post-World War II and in the 50s and in the 60s. It was stratospheric. And if only we'd had decent planning laws in place back post-war, we could have had city-centered growth with mass transit. The Silicon Valley, instead of housing urban sprawl, would have farmland close to cities. We could have built a heaven on earth. California is still pretty heavenly. We could have done it right. It's really hard to do it this way, but slamming staff and pretending to speak for a majority of the public when one doesn't know the history of our town, I think is unfortunate. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Next up is Leslie Crease.
Hi, and thanks for getting my last name right. It's wonderful. It's always a unique experience. First of all, my compliments to Commissioners Brothers and Targ for their wonderful presentation and their colleagues' memo. Also like to compliment Don Bullard, not only for his presentation, but his ability to stay awake with us. Quite something. I have 2 comments and they circulate or they go around the Moritz map. I heard it said that one member of staff is more comfortable with the newer maps because they're newer, they're more forward-looking, they may have more fire science in them. Well, to me, the age of the tool isn't the question. Using the most accurate tool is. And it's very clear that the Moritz maps remain the most accurate tool. And that feedback comes from the Woodside Fire Protection District, who I trust far more, given their collective years, decades, centuries of experience here compared to our newly hired consultant. I trust them to know what to say. And the Moritz map, therefore, would be my tool of choice. It's a better map with better granularity. The other comment I heard made about the Moritz was that it could be difficult to build any housing in town with the Moritz map. And that was expressed as a concern also by a member of staff. Well, so what's the alternative? loosen the standards, build it, and hope nothing happens to anyone. Weakening standards doesn't do anything except put people in jeopardy, their finances in jeopardy. And these are people who we are trying to attract to town, who would be new to town, who are, of an average income level to town. And you want to pull them into a situation they don't understand and where we haven't taken all the right steps to mitigate the risk. So I strongly encourage the town council to go with the Moritz map and the advice of our Woodside Fire Protection District. Thank you, and thank you for the time.
Great. Thanks, Leslie. Next up is Caroline Vertonghen.
Great, thank you very much. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I really appreciate my fellow residents, Mr. Rusty, Bob Turlock, and Mrs. Kreese. We have been communicating with the town council for at least 5 years. We have been opposing several policies. And again, I encourage this new planning commission members, and I really appreciate the comments that committee member Tark and the new member have issued today, because we have raised these concerns for many years and we were not heard. To change the process again in 3 processes and then we have to talk is very confusing, and I think it was done deliberately. At this time, I don't trust honest process anymore. Again, we consider the Woodside Fire Department, but they have been very inconsistent with their information. And I hope that this planning commission will hear a subcommission of residents who have been verbal and have been writing our concerns to this existing planning commission for several years, but we just were ignored before the March 6th, because there's several issues, and several issues were brought up again. We have the police, we have the water. There's several issues that are constantly being ignored. If you remember, in December 2021, 1/3 of Portola Valley signed a petition because we did not agree with the planning department, who submitted documents to ACD, ignoring the Moritz map and several other issues. This is unacceptable. And I hope you will listen to the residents. We are willing to put the time in, but to change the process again tonight was unacceptable. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. Next, we have David Cardinal. David, we don't hear you if you're talking. You look unmuted on my screen. David, are you there? Let's come back to Dave. We'll jump to next speaker, Dale Fowl.
Great. Thank you very much for taking my comments this evening. I want to reiterate my support for the use of the Moritz map and for this my support for the Woodside Fire Protection District. I'm not going to belabor all the points that the prior speakers have made about the Moritz map, but I would like to point out that the Emergency Preparedness Committee had numerous discussions about the Moritz map, particularly in subcommittee, very robust discussions, and finally adopted unanimously our comments to the safety element, requesting that the Moritz map be used as the primary document, as was done in the 2010 safety element. My primary comment, though, is about something you only briefly touched on tonight, and that is evaluation. As you may know, I was involved in the preliminary traffic study that was done. The salient point on the traffic study is that in a worst case scenario, and I think you always need to take a look at the worst case scenarios rather than best case scenarios, it would take about 5 hours to evacuate all of Portola Valley. I know that the town used the same consultants and said, oh, gee, with adding 20% more people, that's not going to add a significant amount. I happen to disagree pretty strongly with that assessment. There's no way that you can add 20% of the people and not pretty significantly increase the time. As a matter of fact, we have a new tool, a new software tool that we're going to be using probably to help evaluate evacuation routes and so on. And as I'm sure most of you know, any estimate of evacuation time is just that, an estimate. This is a relatively new science. That tool, when we used it preliminarily last summer to evaluate the same evacuation route, came up with times that were 50% greater than that of the Fair and Pierce study. So keep that in mind. And so I think that before you go very far in this negative declaration, you have to understand that we are at extreme danger, only 2 routes in and out. We are no better than paradise if there is a major fire that comes from the east. And I would suggest that it is inexcusable to say that this is unmitigated, that you don't need to mitigate the danger of adding 20% population to a situation where we're all in imminent danger from fire in the right circumstance. Thank you.
Thanks, Dale. Next up is the phone number that ends 7562.
Sorry, I had a chance to talk.
It's
through
Caroline.
the computer. Sometimes
Yeah,
we
she
don't
already
know.
had a
so we
chance.
have to-
Oh, yeah, I see.
possible
That's Caroline.
using,
Okay, thank you.
both tools.
Next, Betsy Morgan-Taylor.
Thank you, Chair Coffsill. And I just want to say happy day after Valentine's Day to all of you planning commissioners, staff, and fire marshal. The love's still here. Thank you so much for all of the sincerity of your dedication and work on behalf of the town we all love. My comments tonight are in support of the Brothers in Targ project design features. I think they build on Targ and Taylor's previous sunrise provisioned work, and it's an incredibly creative strengthening of our ISMND. It ensures that we afford clarity to our mutual expectations, which I consider incredibly protective. I wholly believe in everyone's good intentions on behalf of the town, and these features give those good intentions traction. Traction that I consider important and necessary. I really hope it becomes a part of our ISMND. The rest is up to you. Thanks so much for listening.
Thanks, Betsy. Next, John David Donahoe.
Yes, good evening, commissioners. Again, my name is John Donahoe. I'm the project manager for the Portola Terrace project, and I am not speaking about that project in particular, but I do want to make a point that I think I have learned since we've made our application in 2019. We are presently quietly waiting for the town to complete your housing element work so that you can turn your attention to our project, which has been in the housing element since 1990. So for that actually is my first point is simple adoption of the housing element doesn't necessarily mean the houses materialize 30 seconds after you take a vote. And then the second point I want to make is there was one line in one of the PowerPoint slides that I don't think got enough attention. And it was a process that is similar to the geologic study that the town currently does. The town of Portola Valley is located very near or on top of the San Andreas Fault. That has not stopped development in this community. What you have done is established a city map that is maintained by the town geologist, and that map is reviewed periodically. That is not the final decision on whether you can develop or not. So if there is a project that comes forward, the map is reviewed, and then additional detailed analysis would occur as part of the development review process of any project. That is exactly what we have been doing on our Portola Terrace project. When we made our submittal and our application, the Woodside Fire Protection District asked us to do additional studies, which we prepared and submitted, which led to modifications to our project. The same thing will happen. So all of this discussion and debate about which map is very important, but it's an important starting point, not the final answer in any development that would occur within the town. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Next, we have Christy Corley.
Yes, I wanted to thank you for your hard work in planning for our town. I'd like to thank Commissioner Targ and Brothers for your input in how to strengthen our town's planning process. Slightly thinking out of the box, just like the opt-in program thinks out of the box. Thank you, Don Bullard, for your comments. I am in favor of the Moritz map. We, the public, would like to speak after each agenda item, not 3 agenda items later. Please keep that in mind in the future, as our thoughts need to go with the agenda items, not three forward. Our town was founded in 1964, and the Planning Commission is the town design gatekeeper. I heard the town council prioritize safety in their last meeting, and I was thrilled to hear it. Maybe Portola Valley does need a threshold of VMT or vehicle miles traveled, or how many trips each unit takes a day in their car, which equals the increased greenhouse gas emissions and the changes of air quality that will come to our town. I think it's extremely important to consider this. The public may not understand levels of service, LOS. It has to do with traffic. Mr. Targ was saying we don't want to end up with a D. Well, A is good and F is bad and D is a D. We don't want, well, it's qualitatively describes the operating conditions of the roadway based on factors such as speed, travel time, maneuverability, delay, and safety. Traffic flow, speed, density, and congestion. We care about that on our roads. I'd like to see a full circulation study. And here's a question I have. Is it true that a developer will know that they will never have to pay for an EIR, an environmental impact report, if the MND is passed? Can you please answer that? I have that question. And I'm concerned with the cumulative effects of increased population. So why don't we look at 24-year plan, not just an 8-year plan, or 3 cycles of RHNA, 8 years per cycle. I think we have to look way ahead to do good planning. Thank you.
Thanks, Christy. Okay, we'll try Dave Cardinal again.
Oh, good. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thanks for.
Oh, that's so exciting. Okay, so not to borrow too much of a page from John Silver, but I remember cassette players, and we have some. and they don't work anymore. And the Moritz maps are now 15 years old. He was driven around for 2 days by the then fire marshal, a friend of ours, and that was wonderful. But in 15 years, we have done a lot about everything in our town: vegetation management, hardy board siting. I mean, the world's a very different place for starters. And every study I've seen in the last few years shows that the lowest fire danger areas are along Alpine Road and Portola Road. Our town staff, God bless them, has pointed this out again and again and again in multiple documents. Thank goodness. But the people who don't seem to care don't seem to care. Deer Creek Resources, Eglunder, all these people have said you should build along the major corridors, as has the new, Don Bullard Commission maps. And I didn't get to hear his testimony tonight, but he hired flame mappers who are a pretty smart group of people with a lot of modeling. And they said these are the low fire danger areas. So I'm like, do we just not want to build any housing, or it's no longer about fire. It's about people who don't want other people to move to our town, I think. And as far as evacuation, the 5 hours, the this hours, the modeling, I don't believe the new modeling company that certain people have signed up to. I think it's baloney personally, but we can have that discussion later. And the best place to put housing for an evacuation is near the evacuation routes. It's way easier for the fire department to deal with that than to wander up into the hinterlands. So if you don't want any more housing, I also think it's ridiculous to think that Stanford is going to drop 29 junior faculty into a death trap. Like, they have a bigger fire department than we do. They have a bigger set of geologists than we do. And that's not what they hire faculty to do. So I just think that's insane, that it's not like Ford Park, maybe those are affordable housing people, and God forbid they should be tricked into living in Portola Valley, because I'm sure wherever they live is a lot better now. But certainly the Stanford property, they're not going to put faculty in a place that sucks. So I don't know. I just find the whole thing kind of like we just don't want to build housing, apparently, or some people don't. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, I see no more hands up on Zoom. Are there any more in the schoolhouse?
Yes, we have one hand up in the schoolhouse.
Okay, great.
Just very briefly, I wanted to thank everybody for this incredible work, and it's just so wonderful to have this happening here at this level. It's really, really, really nice to see this level of cooperation and the care which you're taking and making these decisions. I have a question, and I hope it's not inappropriate, but because we had 3 of our fire chiefs here, to our fire staff here tonight, I thought I would ask the question that's often asked me, which is, why do our maps look so different from Woodside's when we're right next to each other? And what is the process like? How is that going? How are those conversations different? How do they feel? We're talking about how difficult conversations feel. How do those conversations feel different from the conversations we have here?
Great, thanks, Mary. Okay, I think we'll close the public comment portion. Thank you, everyone. As we've been doing before, we like to ask the commissioners, are there any questions that you've heard that you'd like the answer to now, so that we can more effectively deliberate? So if people have questions, go ahead and pipe up, or questions that they heard from the public, go ahead and pipe up.
The question that was raised that I'd like an answer to is in fact additional housing along the Portola and Alpine corridors. In general, I recognize that this is a very abstract question. Are those the safest areas in town? I recognize the delicacy and the trade-offs that are involved with it. So I would appreciate your responding in the best way that you can.
Actually, we'll collect up all the questions, I guess, then, because sometimes staff answers them, sometimes other people. Do people have other questions they want to review before we deliberate?
I do not.
I had one question, and it may just reflect my newness to all of this, but Dale referred to new mechanisms for traffic studies. I just wondered what those were, if he's still on the line or if somebody knows.
Oh, wait, no, we've taken input from the public. Sometimes the public asks questions, it's usually of staff. If they're a question that we as commissioners need the answer to in order to deliberate, then we're going to highlight those, but we don't go back and forth with discussions.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I was out of
No,
order.
it's okay. No, it's good.
Just was kind of
okay,
wondering how much it might affect all of what we're looking at today, but it's pretty abstract, so I apologize.
That's okay. Okay, I guess we have this one question then. Either Laura or Don maybe can answer about the Portola and Alpine corridors for housing.
I'm assuming that the question is directed to the fire district. Is that what the commissioner? I mean, I can.
That is exact. Yes, that is what the commissioner was asking of the fire marshal.
Okay, so the question again is the locations along the Alpine corridor. How does the fire district view that, or what was the content of the question again?
Don, if you were going to go and put some additional density in town from a fire perspective, where would you put it?
Well, I think it's reasonable to believe that placing the locations that we've identified on the Alpine corridor are close to the evacuation route. Another good point is that they are on flat ground, so you're not placing them on top of a ridge or at the top of a canyon or a chimney. Yeah, I think, you know, at a, first glance, I think that's it's reasonable that we can place them there and feel that it may be, I don't want to say safe, but maybe one of the safest places that we have available to us to place our housing. Because it's on flat ground, it's close to the evacuation routes. It would be easy for our fire department resources to get to it since it's right off of the main corridor there. And so, it's reasonable to believe that those are good sites. Yes.
Thank you.
Good. And then I guess I want to just address the that we had one big agenda topic that we covered and then took public comment. I supported that. We just have, they're so intertwined that, and then we're going to deliberate about it together. So we wanted the public input kind of on the topics together to help our deliberation and what we think about. For me, they aren't separate, completely separate topics. They're kind of one big topic. Okay, I think we're to the deliberation point. The thing on the table is a resolution to accept the ISMND and pass it on to the town council. We can accept it kind of as it is. We can add some or all of the parts out of the colleagues memo. It's up for us to decide.
Through the chair,
Please,
can I just say two things before we get going?
yes, please.
The fire staff has been with us for quite a long time, and we really appreciate it. We have a lot of their leadership with us tonight. And so I don't know if the Planning Commission anticipates any other questions in the course of your discussion. Maybe we could at least let the chief and the deputy chief go at this point.
Yeah, I'm totally sympathetic with the people having spent a lot of time here and being ready to be done. I don't think I'm going to have any more questions for the fire marshal, so it makes sense to me if he goes, but let me ask my fellow commissioners.
I'm fine with them having spent all the time with us and heading on back home.
I agree.
Thank you.
Ronnie and Nicholas, do you anticipate having more questions for the fire department staff?
I think I'm good. You always feel better when you've got the fire department staff with you, right?
Well, especially if something blows
I'm
up.
happy to stay on until the end of the meeting in case something else comes up. I'll let the chief
Okay,
and the deputy
good.
chief go.
Good, thank you so much.
I
all
think
of
you guys,
and that's great, Don, if you can stay and hear the
Yeah, I'll
discussion.
stay on till they're in the meeting.
Yeah,
I don't know that I'm going to have further questions. If you've got someplace else, I can imagine that would be okay as well.
Okay, so thank you on behalf of the planning staff to the chief and the deputy chief. Thank you, Don, to the fire marshal for everything that's led up to this conversation. So Don, stay if you want. Good night to the others. I have from my staff, Thomas is in the background helping us run the meeting. Thank you, Thomas. You're done for the night. And then the other thing that I wanted to discuss, if the chair will give me a moment, is that I sit up here all the time and don't get to defend myself. And tonight I'm going to ask for a moment to defend myself, even though that is not customary. And that's in relationship to the Moritz map. I want to make sure everyone's aware that there's a report that goes with the Moritz map. And that report has a methodology. And that methodology, to my understanding, I read like the rest of you read. I'm not an expert in these different things to that degree, but the way I read the methodology, it talks about vegetation only. So if there are things that are not included in that map that I've never been aware of, then that might be possible. But I have spoken based on the report that I have read, the report that the town received and has adopted as the official report of the town. And so when you sit in my chair for 120 hours, I've been doing this. Every once in a while, I might not know everything, but I'm going off of the report that was adopted. So thank you for that opportunity to say that.
thank you, Laura. No, I think that's totally appropriate. Thanks. Okay, so on to the commission and what we're going to send on to the town council in regards to the ISMND. Does anybody want to start or have thoughts they want to put out there?
Through the chair, do you want to ask the commission whether there are any particular issues related to the Sequoia site so that we can dispense with that? If there,
Thank you. Yes, I forgot. As everybody knows, or not as everybody knows, some people might know if you were here at last meeting, Ronnie Krasinski has a conflict with Sequoias. So if anybody is going to have specific comments that relate to the Sequoias, we want to do those in separate fashion so that Ronnie can leave and then come back. So let me just ask, does anybody have any comments that they are going to want to make that relate specifically to the Sequoias? In relation
not.
to the ISMND, which we're going to say. Okay.
I do not.
Linda,
Nope,
Nicholas?
I do not.
Okay, that makes sense to me. Okay, so now we'll go on and discuss in general with Ronnie.
So we're talking, I guess I was hoping to discuss the colleagues memo first and then figure out what to do associated with the ISMND, if that's okay.
Yep, that makes sense to me.
So, one of the things that I've said a couple of times is that, I think most of what's in here probably would have occurred anyway. So in that sense, there's no harm in terms of discussing it and reminding people of it. I think it's been pretty interesting how many people seem to appreciate it, in that they didn't realize that some of these things would actually occur on a natural basis. So I think that is a fair amount of value just in that single regard. I do like the fact that we're not intending to affect the submittal of the housing element, and that we ultimately are acknowledging that it's the town council who has the decision-making authority on that. One of the things that it does bring up that I thought was, two additional items. One was the fact that we can do some CEQA items and be more specific about items. I think that helps, and we're being pushed in that direction by the state. So I think that's good to call that out. And also the cumulative effects is an interesting discussion, because, for instance, every time we have a traffic study on a particular project, it's never going to be significant, right? Because no individual project is ever going to push us over the limit, right? Unless we were to do like an entire new subdevelopment like the ranch. So we don't often get a chance to discuss where we don't have a place where that would come up in our normal planning commission. So that's kind of useful to bring out. I would be opposed if so the question is, do we include some of these items in the negative mitigated declaration? If it was going to cause us a legal issue moving forward or cause us some kind of problem, then I would be opposed to it. From the standpoint of, though, do I think these are worthwhile items to monitor and do as kind of, I think there was suggestions for an addendum or something like that. I think that makes perfect sense. I mean, it's something that clearly the town council should be doing, right, in terms of, again, budgeting and things like that. There was a discussion on how complicated it might be as one of the reasons, is a last minute kind of a thing. Are we trying to add it in, and can we get it in time? So if that were really an issue, then I would oppose adding them in. On the other hand, when I read these items, if we're really literally just including something like project design feature, the town council at some point has to assign a committee to take a look at it. And there's no other scope than that. And they can decide at the time how big that's going to be, how many people, who to include. The rest of the same is true in the general plan, in that it's like, they seem to be pretty innocuous in terms of us having be able, literally, if we're just including those project design features, kind of innocuous in terms of including in the mitigation stuff. I'm having difficulty envisioning them being a problem. If we're trying to totally scope them out, and come up with all the details, because clearly it was like, oh, these are the 3 items we thought of, but yeah, there could be more. If we're trying to get all of that done ahead of time, then I think that's a problem. But if it's merely saying, let's take a look at these, and leave it up to the town council to decide when and how, I don't see a real problem with that unless I'm missing something. I do think there's some key items in there. I guess the other one that was rather more specific. Under the housing element program, there's discussion of Sunrise. And if we were to go to include that, I don't think it's just a Sunrise issue. I think in general, we're going to have to look and monitor the housing over time. I actually kind of anticipating that some of our plans won't pan out. And if the state is really serious about measuring us against those, that we're going to have other plans that kick in over time. So I think it's more about the overall managing it. And again, I think that's something that the town council was probably expecting to do. So I don't think it hurts to put that in there. So those are my thoughts on the item. So again, unless there's a major issue with including them that's going to derail us, that I'm missing, that I don't really have a problem with trying to include some of the items in there. That's it.
And how about you, Ronnie?
And overall, I I like the items. I like the direction that it's going in. I think as has been said, I think many of the items are sort of either planned are ready to be covered or would be naturally. But I mean, that's good, right? I mean, that means, that is probably good to, in many of those cases, just have it recorded maybe as a housing element program. When I first reviewed it, I mean, it did seem odd to me to add things as a mitigation measure to the ISMND, just because, I mean, at least the way I kind of understood and understand the mitigation measures is that they're to bring us to a less than significant impact for the CEQA review itself, and these are steps beyond that. And I hear Commissioner Targ and Brothers feeling that they still think it's appropriate, but I mean, on the other hand, it seems like it makes staff uncomfortable, and I don't know exactly what to do with that. It seems like we don't necessarily have. We have 7 minutes left until 11, which was when you wanted to wrap this up by. So that seems like it's going to be tricky. I guess for both those mitigation measures and like the housing element programs, I mean, I guess one. Basically, I could see asking staff to, review them and provide feedback in terms of, okay, which of these are currently covered, what is their take on them and their recommendation on where they would best slot in between housing element, safety element, town council priority lists, or mitigation measures in the ISMND. I don't know if one thing we could do would be to recommend that they do that and either provide that back to us or provide it back to the town council to take the next step, I guess, rather than, I think in this meeting, I'm going to be uncomfortable recommending things to go into the ISMND as mitigation measures. So I was, trying to think about other ways to approach it, because I do, think that these are good measures that we want to pursue in some form.
And I guess from me, I feel like a few of these things are already getting worked on by town council. I've heard them discuss some of them at length. So I sort of feel like, wow, well, we don't need to add on to that. They're already in the works. It feels like just adding more info and paperwork to people. I'm wondering, to me, if we've mitigated the impacts in our CEQA report, why not make this like a letter to the town council saying, here's some things we hope you'll think about and prioritize, and let them, I feel like the town council needs to do priorities and especially budgets and decide what needs to get worked on. I would like to see them get this list, but then they decide, as opposed to us making any kind of commitment or sort of forcing a commitment on them. Some of these I think are good, but others, I'm not in favor of this analyzing all the 32 programs for their cost. I think that's a lot of work and not much benefit out of it. So I'd really not like to not see that. And number 6, this work with the service providers, that to me is like town council 101. I mean, of course they're doing that. I kind of feel offended telling people, got to go work with the fire department and the sheriff, make sure everything's okay. They've got enough people. And to the sewer topic, I remember on the Housing Element Committee, we definitely reviewed the infrastructure needs like water and sewer. And as I recall, the sewer definitely has room for all the shit that needs to go down. So that's okay. So I guess to me, it feels like a better tool is a letter. Oh, and like the working on next housing element, the 7th cycle. I think that's a great idea. There are properties in town that could be very interesting that are going to take a lot of work. But I just don't feel like that should be part of anything with this housing element. When you have a huge project, we're under the deadline, we got to focus on this one. Then the town council should think about, oh, should we start thinking ahead to the next housing element cycle and work on that? I don't want to obligate them on that right now. So I guess I'm a little uncomfortable with anything that would be kind of legally demanding of the town or the council. I would like them to decide. Many of these are very good ideas, but I'd like them to decide how the priorities are and where they're going to put them. And they're already working on at least half of them, I'd say. That's me. Nicholas or Linda, I mean, I guess we know where you stand, but do you have more to add?
I've got 2 items.
You want to go first, Nicholas? Go ahead.
Yeah, do you want to go? I mean, however you want to do it.
Have a couple of smallish comments, and then you probably have a bigger picture comment. I just want to make it clear that while we've used the word mitigation and mitigation measure, that word under CEQA has a certain meaning, but what we're talking about here are a variety of things that just in a way were not addressed in the ISMND. And so in that way, there was no mitigation and there was no determination that mitigation was needed. And I guess, I can't go over that. I can't say that many more times, but I think that's the point that we're trying to make. And the reason that we're putting it in the MMRP is because that's a part of the record on the CEQA document. And I, for one, feel very strongly that that this strengthens that record. And I think that record personally needs to be strengthened. And I don't know how I fall if I have to vote straight up on the ISMND without some strengthening actions. Whether that could be a letter, I'd have to think about it a little bit, but I feel like it has to be part of the record. And to the extent people are working on this, I don't know. I don't know what's going on around town. I'm obviously new to this, but I think our focus was very much to focus on this increase in population, not just the day-to-day activities in each of these categories that are already going on around town. So to that extent, we were trying to add a very specific filter or a lens to the work. Sorry, Nicholas.
No, I think it's well said. I'd like to point out that there are 3 mitigation measures that are called out. And those are the local CEQA guidelines and thresholds. It's the GP, zoning, and design review. And I'd like to just point out that frankly, those need to be addressed. Certainly the zoning to have horizontal, I guess, to have vertical consistency, and the GP needs to be addressed to have horizontal consistency with the housing element. So one could think about that actually as a true mitigation measure to make sure that we don't have inconsistencies within our policy. Counselor. And the other is the safety. The other items are not mitigation measures. They could live there, but they aren't mitigation measures. From my perspective, they could be recommendations to be in the housing element program. And I think that would take care of you. We could, they are appropriate, as Commissioner Brothers said, because they do address impacts to the environment. Or there are environmental impacts that also impact our community. And that way they're within the scope of CEQA. It's not a random suggestion that doesn't touch upon and belong within a CEQA document. What they do is they simply go beyond what's required by CEQA as they're put forward here. And they recognize that there are in fact trade-offs that are being made. And the trade-offs may not reach the level of significance. And what they do is they simply acknowledge that fact. And they say, we're going to do something about that. And it gives a pretty wide berth to council to decide what direction and how they're going to be fulfilled, but it recognizes that there is that impact and says, we're not going to ignore it. And that's the purpose of what we're doing here, you know, and God bless it if it would happen naturally. I don't know. If you're saying that council should be able to make up its mind, in my experience, if council doesn't like what this body does, they have no problem doing something different, you know, and bless them. You know, they ran, they are elected, we are not.
Mhm.
And they will do the right thing as the council. We aren't that important. Commissioner Golden, I feel a little bit like you just called me cute.
Cute?
When you said, I don't think that this, I don't really does anything. It's like, well, geez, I don't know. Maybe you're hurting my feelings now. It's like being called mostly harmless, but
Mostly.
Mostly, right. Careful, bite. But the fact of the matter is there are trade-offs. And I want us to acknowledge that. And I want the town to look and feel like our town. It needs to be inviting. And you know, I said earlier that one of the assumptions in the general plan is that it's going to be expensive. You know, and maybe we ought to think about that. We can do something about that. We are doing something about that. maybe that's a part of the GP that we need to go and revisit. I don't know that these are significant within the context of CEQA, but they're significant to me, significant to Commissioner Brothers. I think they're significant to other members of the town, and they need to be recognized. And the items that are identified as mitigation measures, you know, are that. And they don't need to be CEQA mitigation measures. They can go beyond CEQA and be permissible within the framework of CEQA. The guidelines expressly allow it. And if council doesn't like it, council knows what to do.
Since it is up to council anyhow, why don't we vote or pass the resolution that's the plain ISMND, and then send council a letter or this letter with things that they could or should think about, and then they can decide whether to put these things in or not, or I think frankly decide that they're already working on many of the big ones, that we don't have to poke them to do these.
I'm not going to take a buy on that. You know, I'm just not. I would not feel comfortable. This is significant to me. I think it's significant to the town. It doesn't need to be significant to CEQA. But
Yeah, I don't know.
I've
The
got
way
to
you
say,
said
I am
that,
not
you make
voting.
it like it's not significant to me. They are significant to me. I want to have a town council that responds to the people because they're elected and they decide on the budget and the priorities. And they've already planned to redo the general plan. Of course, we've already always talked about the design, objective design standards. I feel like that's a very long-standing plan that we're going to work on.
Which it hasn't happened.
Well, we're in the middle of all this housing element. We got to do that first.
So I'm no, you know, again, it's important to us. And as a planning commission, we get to say what's important to us. And if council wants to do something different, that's council. Council gets to do that. And I'm all for council doing exactly what council wants to do. But we have a job that we're doing here. And if we think that this is significant, we ought to go and do it. And if we don't think it's significant, you should vote against it.
What if we think it's significant and we think the town council should make these decisions?
They will. They get to.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
get to make a resolution and council gets to say, meh, not this, something different. Or, my God, they got it right, which I doubt. But, you know, we get to put our best foot forward. I'm not going to take a buy. I'm not going to take a pass.
So we're probably not going to get to a unanimous place here. Might we have two resolutions? One that's the straight ISMND, and then one that's an ISMND with a recommendation for some of these mitigation factors put in the documents. And
If
some
you're
of us
calling,
vote
if
for
you're
one and
calling
some
for a
vote the
vote,
other.
then if you're calling for a vote, you should ask for somebody to make a motion.
Well,
The first,
I was thinking along the same lines, actually. Sorry, did I interrupt?
sorry, I was just trying to ask, Anne, were you thinking that the first one would include the straight ISMND together with a letter in some form of forwarding this for consideration?
yeah,
in some
that's
form?
what I was thinking of. And then a second one that's the ISMND, but with the more the colleagues memo with these things in the, I'm a little unclear which items are in which place, but if that's clear to others, then yeah.
The ones that
second
say
motion would be-
mitigation go in the mitigation measures, are mitigations. The other ones,
In the first column
See,
under.
where do I find that word? Where do I find whether
So
they're
look
mitigations
under-
or not?
Under subject in the first column. Right
Oh,
below
yeah,
the.
I see it now. I see it
Lakes
now.
under
Thank you. Okay,
subject.
good. Okay,
So
good.
I,
I see it.
with all due respect, I would rather see this attachment 4 that we received somehow or other amended to incorporate some version of our colleagues memo. I think we could add an whereas that said on such and such a date you received and discussed it. And then I guess when we get to the action level, if there are things you want to do, I'd like to see it in this document, in this resolution, not in a separate resolution. And I mean, I can't quite follow all of the positions that everybody's taking, but if you want to treat the mitigation measures separately from what are called housing element program measures, I'd be amenable to at least discussing something like that, but I'd really like to see it as an amendment, as an additional whereas, and as an additional point number 7, 8, or 9 in the draft resolution we received from staff. That would be my strong preference for how we deal with this. And maybe in doing
Well,
it
that
that
would
way,
be-
and you could incorporate the language that you think would be more appropriate for how it goes to the council. I don't have language for that.
I was thinking one motion would be the ISMND kind of as written in our package. Some of us, maybe only me, but some of us might vote for that. Then we can have a second motion that is the ISMND in the package plus the colleagues memo. I don't have a preference in how it's written, if it's got the whereas or it's attached to it. And then some of you, presumably at a minimum, Nicholas and Linda, you all would vote for that one. We send those both to council and then they can see there's, differences of opinion, but there's good information here. They can choose the one they would like.
respectfully, if we vote to approve the ISMND flat, there is nothing left to decide. If I can point out, Chair, you raised issues with respect to services, finance, and the housing inventory. I don't think you're seeing objection from Commissioner Brothers, who can speak for herself, or myself, to put those 3 items in some form of tag along and moving forward with the other items. I guess we could put the civic in that bucket as well and have the other 3 items, which you did not take objection to, and include them as mitigation.
Let me rephrase. There were a few things I really didn't want to send on to the town council. The other ones that are left, I agree with them, but I feel like the town council's already working on them. I feel like, why are we retelling them that they should work on things they've already started on? So I would prefer a straight ISMND motion for one of the things we vote on, and then a second one. They can have the whole colleagues memo that we also vote on, and we send both those pieces of information to the town council. In an ideal world, we'd have planning commission or bodies that like all had a unanimous opinion and we sent that on. I just don't think that's realistic many times, and this is one of them. I think though that they can deal with, oh, we had this number, suggest this to us, we had this number suggest that. They'll have to make a decision. They get paid the big bucks.
So I was heading along the same lines, I think, and well, certainly in the having a straight up vote on the current ISMND. I was kind of thinking the second resolution was, since I think there's a lot of great information in here that we indicate that the colleagues memo is a recommendation that the town council include as they think appropriate, given the current plans in place. So that was kind of where I was going as kind of the two-part process.
So why don't you try and collapse that into one?
Oh,
How would that be?
that sounds interesting. I thought I was under the impression you didn't want to do that.
Give me some language.
I would propose that I would move that we adopt the negative mitigated declaration as is, with a firm recommendation that the town council look at these additional items in the colleagues memo to determine where they would fit in the current work plan associated with the housing element and our other projects around safety.
I'd make a friendly amendment. Actually, somebody would need to second it before I can make a friendly amendment to it. Is it a second?
I would second that motion.
I would make a friendly amendment to that the Planning Commission recommends adoption of the measures in council's discretion. Plus, I would also add in all of to consider the key approaches for fire safety that were proffered by the fire marshal. That would be my friendly amendment.
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
It is a, we are recommending adoption in council's discretion.
Recommending
I can't go with
adoption
that,
of
'cause
what? Of our colleagues memo?
Yep.
Mr. Targ? So adoption of our, what did we call it? Project design features as set forth in the colleagues memos
With the addition
by
of
the
the,
council, as well as you want to add the recommendations we heard earlier from Mr. Bullard.
thank you, yes.
Okay, I just want to understand what you're saying.
No,
Okay.
I appreciate it, so.
What is the last part about the fire recommendations referred to? Where would they go?
The fire marshal identified a half dozen or so recommendations, and these would be considerations within the context of the safety.
Basically,
see those-
you're
do you see those
basically
written down?
amending our colleagues memo to include what we heard tonight and putting it in the fire safety section. Is that it?
Perfect. So it's a recommendation that the council adopt in its discretion. I'm looking for an affirmative push, recognizing that the council should make whatever decision the council wants to do. Make,
Oh, recommendations too strong for, I won't be able to go along with this. There's things in here that I don't recommend. If it was more, here's a list of things for the council to consider, I can live with that because it's just a list then.
yeah, I wouldn't be able to support that.
Mhm. Let's go back to two versions then, and some people.
I'm
vote
sorry,
for
we
one,
have
some people-
we have a motion and a second. And we had a friendly amendment to the motion. So,
I'm sorry, Nicholas, I just want to query you on that friendly amendment. So it was a recommendation to adopt or adopt in some fashion. In other words, are we in some, like, does it have to be in the negative mitigated declaration or just in some other way?
Council adopts in its discretion the design features.
so the
A-
man
as-
which they adopt it would be in their discretion?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay.
So they might say, yes, but we're going to deal with that in the safety plan.
The
And that would be,
council-
the council might say that, yes.
Council
That-
gets
that- You'd be okay with that.
We're also in that, we're not specifying a recommendation of where it should go.
Wait, say that louder. I missed that.
We're not specifying a recommendation to the council of where they should, where or how they should adopt the different elements.
So it would be council should adopt. We recommend that council adopt in its discretion the project design features
In some fashion.
as outlined in the attachment. But we do it as one item. I could support that, and I do not know where Commissioner Brothers is.
I can
So that's-
support it if it's one motion, along the lines of what I heard, which was where John started this. Adopt the ISMND with the recommendation that they adopt the, what did you say? Project features in their discretion as set forth in the attached. That's kind of garbled. I wrote it down as you said it. I didn't write it down logically. So if the motion to adopt the ISMND includes a recommendation of our things at their discretion, I'm fine with that. If that's the question you're asking me.
That is, and somehow we lost the marshal's most excellent list as well.
Okay, so I'm just trying to sort it through.
No, I
Think about it
I
from a
appreciate-
practical point of view. Everyone's tired, but it's only 11:19, so not too bad. Okay, so
We're older than you, Laura.
I'm just thinking about, we need the action to be in the form of a resolution. Okay, so the project design features could be attached to the resolution. And we could add a whereas the planning commission reviewed the colleagues memo, including project design features, right? Much discussion was had. And that refers people who are interested to the minutes. You all recall that we have detailed minutes again. So members of the council would be able to read all of this discussion, right? We have the video. So people would be able to reflect on what your recommendations are. So we could have that reference in the resolution, and then the project design features could be attached without the recommendation for either a housing element program or a mitigation measure.
With a recommendation for adoption.
Yes, well, so that's to your motion. I'm just thinking about the logistics.
Yeah.
Right? And then if you wish to include it in the motion, there could also be an attachment of the key fire safety approaches. So then we could have 2 attachments that come out of this meeting that could be attached to the resolution. So that's my contribution in terms of logistics, if that helps you in terms of, we have a motion and a second. So we have a motion from John Golden. We have a second from Ronnie Krasinski, and we need to, then we've had friendly amendment discussion. And so maybe Cara, help me out. Does the motion maker has to agree with the friendly amendment?
Yeah, both the motion and the seconder.
Okay.
So that sounds pretty good. Council. Good.
I was going to say, I agree with the friendly amendment.
Council, can you state the friendly amendment?
Okay, I think, okay, so the original motion is a firm recommendation for the town council to look at the items in the colleagues memo and where they fit into the housing element and other projects or other work plans.
No, not to
Okay,
look
so-
at it, to,
So that was the original motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I understood after some discussion, the friendly amendment to be to recommend that town council adopt the project design features, and the manner in which they adopt it would be at their discretion. That's how I understood the friendly amendment. And also the addition of the key approaches to fire safety that were presented by the fire marshal also be, I didn't catch whether it was adopted or considered by the town council. Okay. Oh, yes, I have considered written. I have too many things here. So that's how I understood the friendly amendment.
so actually it would be adopted because it is an incorporation of the key approaches, would be a integration into the fire safety provision. So we're recommending adoption again in a manner to be chosen by council. CIL. So it would be a recommendation to adopt in the same way as it would be a recommendation to adopt the project design features in the manner like to be determined by council.
May I make a friendly amendment suggestion? Can we make on the colleagues memo part, can we change that to recommend council consider? Because I don't suggest they adopt all this. I do not want them to spend time evaluating the cost of all the 32 programs. But I'm okay with recommending that council adopt the fire marshal recommendations, although I would like to see that list in writing before we vote.
What is it that you, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, if I'm going to be out of order, and I'm going to be out of order asking you a question, but you can tell me I'm out of order. What is it that you don't want the council to have to consider? You keep saying 32, and I'm just confused.
No, I'm okay if they consider. I don't want to tell them that I don't want them to think that I think they should do this, because I don't. On the number 7, it says that there should be a analysis of how much each of there's 32 programs in the housing element, things that we told the state we're going to do to promote housing. And there's a suggestion to evaluate each of those for how much they're going to cost. And that feels like a lot of work for not much value.
So if I can make a recommendation, we can strike that item. I
helps.
would not object to that. and I'll live to see
Okay.
another day when we go and visit the housing element. So for the purposes of the ISMND, let's strike that item, move it forward with the recommendation.
I agree with that. It'd be nice to get anonymity if that's the only thing that's bothering Ann.
Yep.
The whole finance item?
Finance item should be stricken.
So can we clarify?
Program. Yeah, okay, I agree. I'll agree with that. So now we have an amended memo, an amended program features memo.
Would you like to see the key approaches for fire safety again?
Oh, thank
Yes.
you. I
I
would
have
like that in writing. Yeah.
Because there were comments and there were key approaches and I didn't know which one we actually.
Okay, there's 2 slides. Hold on, sorry, lost it. Okay, so there's 2 slides, so we can't see them all at once. We were just thinking about these and we haven't had a chance to analyze them to see if there's any other CEQA implications or other implications. So we're just thinking about, the adopt language and whether you could change it to something like consider or if you would feel comfortable softening that, just because we haven't had a chance to analyze it. You ready for the next slide? Everyone's seen this one?
Yes.
And then here's the second set of the bullet points.
I like the softening to say consider. Again, just because it's a brand new and I haven't had a chance to think about it. So I like softening it.
I think I also do, and for me, this is less a matter of what I keep talking about, strengthening the ISMND. To me, this is a slightly different topic, so I agree on this one to soften that language. But I think it's valuable for us to send it to the council.
I wouldn't object.
Okay. So I think after discussion, we have the recommend the town council adopt the project design features, except the finance item. And then we have consider the key approaches for fire safety. So then I think just for the record, we should go back to the vice chair since he's the original motion maker, if you accept that friendly amendment. John?
Oh,
no.
Lost him.
No, I'm here. I'm just sorry, muted there. I was sneezing. Yes, I accept that friendly amendment.
Okay, and the second was from Ronnie. Do you accept that friendly amendment?
I do, I accept that.
Okay. Do I have the opportunity to do a roll call vote, or is there, I guess the chair should say, ask if there's any other discussion.
Oh, yeah. Is there a third amendment?
And
No,
just for clarity, so the motion is to adopt the resolution, which includes both the ISMND and the MMRP as
Yes,
exhibits.
good point. As written in our package, that document.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the last 2 whereases that were submitted to us need to be incorporated to be consistent with this motion, assuming the motion passes. You need to add one that we discussed this at great length. And we heard the presentation from the fire marshal. And then if we recommend approval of the ISMND and the response to comments and all of the other stuff that Laura just read. On page red 462.
Yep, so noted. Okay. Through the chair, are you ready for a roll call vote or are we?
I think, can I just ask, that wording was that we recommend, on the memo, on the colleagues memo, we recommend council adopt, what was the next part, in a manner they see fit, or?
That the town council adopt the project design features in council's discretion.
No, it's not in council's, I mean,
No?
it's in the manner, it's like they're adopting it in the manner that council sees fit, because.
Oh,
they're-
okay, in the manner that, so
Yeah, yeah,
that
yeah.
kind of goes to the, maybe in the housing element, maybe in the MMRP, maybe someplace else.
That's
It's
right.
To that,
Okay,
okay,
good.
that's how I was
Then I'm
understanding,
good with it. Yeah.
but I just didn't, okay. So is it adopt the project design features? We need final language. Sorry.
through
Manner
the-
of the council's final choosing.
Through the mechanism
Of council's choosing.
of council's choosing. That's good.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're just checking one more time with John and Ronnie.
Oh, and then we also need to go and pull in and to consider for adoption or to consider. Yeah.
For the, are we talking about the key approaches for fire safety?
Yep.
Oh, we just had consider the key approaches for fire safety. You want to consider,
I'd like to have it consider for adoption. It's
okay,
like
consider for adoption?
Consider for lunch. No, consider. Give me, give me some action.
Okay, does everyone have, are we clear on what that is? Okay, John, you're good?
I'm good.
Ronnie's good?
I'm good, yes.
Okay, now can we do a roll call vote?
I think so.
Okay. Whew, okay, Commissioner Brothers,
Aye.
Commissioner Krasinski,
Yes.
Commissioner Targ.
Aye.
Vice Chair Goulden,
Aye.
Chair Koff-Still.
Hi.
Motion passes 5-0.
Woohoo.
Okay, that's the hard work, Planning Commission. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for that. We are almost done for the night. Thank you, thank you.
Just a minute, I'm hunting down the agenda. Do we want to plow ahead? And I think what we had left was commission reports, staff reports, and the minutes from January 14th.
Through the chair, you could skip the commission reports and staff reports and go to minutes if you thought it was a good idea.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Let's go to minutes. Just a moment, I have to pull up my, does anybody have the red page that the minutes start on?
It's right
497.
around 500.
497,
Oh, that's good.
which is pretty close to 500.
For government work.
Do others have changes to be made?
I had no changes.
I noticed on page 500 that my name was misspelled. The terminal S was not included. And I probably wouldn't have noticed that except on the next page, Bob Turcott is Turcott. And somewhere in there, I noticed a word I'd never seen before, but I think it meant to be insults. And I think it was also on 501. It was
Okay, I caught that.
insolence or something like that.
Right. Under
Yeah.
David Cardinal, yeah.
Yes, exactly. I'm trying to figure out how to open things in another screen without losing you, but yeah, that's what my notes said, so.
Bonnie or Nicholas, do you have anything?
I have a couple more. On page 500, about my comments, it says, he noted due to upzoning, there would be aesthetic impacts to the Alpine Scenic Corridor, but the document indicated there would be no aesthetic impact. And then in the following sentence, it says again, no aesthetic impact. What I actually said was no significant aesthetic impact in both of those. So it's added the word significant twice. On page 501, there's liquefaction is 2 words. It should be liquefaction, 1 word. On page 503, planning and building director Russell answered, and then the word neither is missing, I think. Neither the housing element nor the ISMND changed the process. So the word neither was not in there. Page 504, planning and building director Russell imagined the document would be sued. I think that she said used, although I don't know what, she read.
Freudian slip by the transcriptor, yeah.
That's it.
Let's see. Those covered some of mine. Well, I had on page 506 where I talked, Chair Kopsel asked if a population, I think it needs to say number, was identified. Add the word number. And that's all I have. No other commissioners have notes? We'll go to public comments on the minutes. Any of the public want to speak about the January 24th minutes?
We have no people left in the schoolhouse, and I do not see any hands up on Zoom.
Okay, so we'll go on
There's
to
a
it.
hand up now, Caroline.
Oh, yeah. Caroline, so we're taking comments about the January 24th minutes.
Oh, now the hand is down. I'm just waiting a second in case it's a Zoom thing. Okay, she's back.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay, here's Caroline.
great.
Thank you very much. I don't consider this amusing. We consider the minutes very important. And so I really don't like the reactions of what we see from committee members. I really honor the new members of the Planning Commission and Planning Commissioner Targ for really defending the rights and the protection of Portola Valley. We would like to see more transparency and accountability, and I hope you will start taking this seriously, because this meeting again fails to portray all the issues that we have raised over the several years. It's a disgrace what you have portrayed. Thank you.
Wow, Caroline, thank you. It's 11:39. Okay, Rita Gomez.
Thank you. I do recognize also that it's 11:39. The residents have had very little time to actually speak. So I appreciate you allowing me to speak about the minutes right now. And all I want to say is that I'm very impressed with our new commissioners in looking over the minutes and making those corrections. I truly appreciate that you actually read them and look through them and contemplate what was said or what was missing. Thank you for doing your part. Appreciate it, your volunteerism.
Thanks. Next is John Silver.
Thank you. I had hoped not to need to speak on this topic. I think it's the first, I can't remember if there's ever another time when I wasn't on a commission or a council or committee that I felt the need to comment on minutes, but I have to agree with what the last speaker said, but the one prior to that talked about how horrible many of you are and our town staff. that is, I couldn't be in greater disagreement. And I realize that speaker may not know that I served 16 years on our council, darn near, 3 terms as mayor, 30 years overall in public office. And I've been a Democratic, small d Democratic activist since I was 13 years old. And I'm 70 now. And I think this disrespect for our local democracy, misinformation, and quite frankly, slanderous insults to our staff and many of our volunteers are just shameful. And I regret needing to say this during approval of the minutes, which should be a pretty non-controversial thing. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Anybody else? Okay, I think we have heard all the public comments on the minutes. So we'll take a vote on the minutes as amended, I guess. Or may I have a motion?
I would move that we accept the minutes with the proposed amendments.
I'll
Second.
second.
I have a motion from John Goulden and a second from Nicholas Targ.
Thank you.
Got to be quick.
Commissioner Brothers,
Approved, agreed.
Krasinski,
Yes.
Commissioner Targ,
Aye.
Vice Chair Goulden,
Aye.
Chair Koff-Still.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
How about a motion to adjourn?
Approved.
Nobody wants to do that, do they?
I move that we adjourn.
Second. Thanks, everybody. And thank you, Laura and Cara and Don Bullard. Really appreciate it. And you all staying so long and listening to everything and helping us get to a resolution that we all voted for. Seems very good. And I guess we will do something similar on March 6th, continuing on the housing element. That might be our last planning commission before the housing element gets sent. That's exciting.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, good night, everyone.
Bye.
Good night.
Aye.